Good morning, guys. Hope you guys are well today. Oh, I'm trying to wake up a little bit. It's such a slow day, man. It's such a slow day, bro. What's up, Qualius, Mountain, Sahan, DS? Hey, good morning, guys. Got Rosie with me today. She's chilling with me. I know, baby. I know, baby. That's a good girl. All right. BFRI brewing for the squeeze. Been hodling for a while. Doge just ripped up. And I should be a professional typer, bro. All right. Slow day again. There's not really much movement. I mean, I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's just a slow day. Doge probably just bounced because crypto bounced. You know, if we look at all crypto, Bitcoin's up 2%, Ethereum's up 3.5%, QTUM is up 2.89%, Litecoin is up 3%, Bitcoin Cash is up 2.4%, Ethereum Classic is up 1.75%. Most cryptos are up. The ones that are really moving, Dogecoin, obviously. Dogecoin is currently up about 16.5%. And so who knows why or what's happening with Dogecoin. TSRI, ARTL gapping up a little bit today. Also on the MT4 platform. I was never good at it, Kyle. Like, I was never good at the MT4 platform. I was just always just terrible at it, bro. You know? I got you, baby Rosie. What you doing, baby? Yeah, what you doing? Oh man, Rosie's such a good dog, bro. She really is. She's such a good dog, man. Like Carol's never really raised dogs before, so she doesn't understand like what's a good puppy and like what's a bad puppy. You know, like Rosie, at this point, she's got to be like 14 weeks, 15 weeks now. At this point, she is fully potty trained. She has not gone. She didn't go inside all yesterday. She didn't poo or pee inside. She holds it. She poos outside. She pees outside. She mostly listens. You know what I mean? And so for a puppy, those are pretty big goals, like having them fully potty trained. Um, and so Carol's never really raised puppies. So like just because Rosie's chewing on stuff, which she's gonna do, like she's going to chew on stuff. She's a puppy. Like they're teething. After 6 months, that'll curb a little bit because she'll be done teething, and so she won't need to chew on anything. And I tell Carol the biggest thing we got to do is just give her a lot of chew toys. You know, we got to give her a lot of chew toys. She's going to still test us and try to chew on stuff. She's going to try to eat trash and chew on stuff because that's what they're designed. That's what they're programmed to do. Hey, baby. That's a good girl. That's a good girl. She's not a super hyper dog. She's pretty chill. You know, she's just a good dog, man. I'm happy to have you, Rosie. You a good dog. You've been like biting me on my thumb, and she's not really biting. Like Carol has the thing that she's biting. She's not really biting. She's kind of gnawing because she's teething a little bit, and it's just her way of interacting. She's not biting down. She's just being sweet. Huh, Rosie? You're just being sweet. Yeah, I mean, she's never had a bad puppy, bro. Like I've raised puppies all my life, dude. I raised labs. We raised some pits. You know, like she ain't never had a bad puppy. She'll know, you know. Like, but this baby, come here. Bad. You could never be bad, huh, Rosie? You could never be a bad puppy, huh? Yeah, you could never be a bad puppy, huh? You could never be a bad puppy, huh? Yeah, you could never be. I know. You're a good girl. But Carol's never had a bad puppy. What do I think of AMC? I don't know, man. AMC, I think some of the most predictable things in AMC are these bounces after drops. You know, when AMC dips down to like a really low level, I think some of the most predictable things, kind of like Bitcoin, you know, like we put out a video yesterday on the Beginner Crypto channel, and we talked about specifically, like Cam talked about how Bitcoin is probably going to bounce at the $40,000 level. That like $40,000 is just a big psychological level that has a lot of people paying attention to it, and so in turn we'll most likely get a bounce there. And if we look at what happened, that's exactly what we got. We got a really big bounce right at 40K for Bitcoin. Here's 40K. We bounced directly off of that level and just bounced right up. I think the same thing's happening with AMC. I think AMC dipped all the way down to $20. Just the sheer following that AMC has, I think traders are going to be buying up that dip, and they did. As for what AMC does now, I don't know. I just want to see it hold over $20. You know, and we'll see. Hey John, what do you think of the lack of volume of penny stocks, and will you change to mid and high cap stocks so the momentum will finally be back? I mean, eventually the momentum will come back, but I mean, you guys know me. I really make most of my money trading like the SPY and Apple. And so like I'll trade penny stocks too, and mostly I'm trading penny stocks in pre-market, and I might be buying the dip there. But I make most of my money. Like I am the most effective at trading the SPY, Apple, AMD, you know, Disney sometimes, like occasionally. Dude, stop. No, Rosie, come here, dude. There you go. There you go. But yeah, I make most of my money trading large cap stocks and the SPY and stuff like that. What's up, Brad? Hey, good morning. Lulu up $2. Did it really? I was talking about the Lulu dip buy yesterday. Did it work? Should have taken it, man. Yeah, it did work. Oof, should have taken it, man. Lulu, from where I was talking about, is really up like $15 a share or something like that. So, man, I should have stayed in that thing. Dude, Rosie, chill out, man. Don't unplug that. Rosie, hey, no. Look, you want to be in here, fine, but you don't unplug and you don't tear up stuff. You understand? You understand? Don't do that. No. Good girl. Rosie's chasing her tail right now. That's your own tail, Rosie. Look. Change your tail over there, bro. All right. Yeah, TSRI gap it up a little bit. Lulu did gap up some. 1/1/21. I put the wrong data. Yeah, man, 2022. What's up, Mr. Rich? What do you make of the SPY dropping all day and late in the afternoon? Had to run up to fill the gap. I mean, for me, it doesn't really matter too much. I've drawn out my pattern in the SPY. Like, this is my pattern in the SPY, and I think right now we're at a big bounce level. I think it's actually a really important moment in the SPY itself. Because if we look at the trend, like, here's the market trend for the SPY over the last, I don't know how long, over the last year. This is 52 weeks. And you can see we already tapped the bottom of that trend, which I talked about yesterday. It was right around 460. Right, so we hit that 460 bottom of the trend level, and now we are potentially going to just bounce back up and start to move up there to test 480 or so, maybe like 490 if it's really, really high. And if we can't do that, and if we break underneath this 460 area on the SPY, I think that's a very bearish sign. That's a very weak sign, especially if we start breaking under like 450 right here. That's just a really weak thing. Dude, Rosie is getting way out of control chasing her tail, bro. I see you, Rosie. Listen. You gotta listen, man. What's up, Ed? Hey, good morning, brother. John, if AMC goes to $26 a share today, I will super chat you $100. Okay, fair enough. I'll take it, But I think the SPY is time to bounce. I think it's a bounce level for the SPY. What are you barking at, Rosie? What you barking at, baby? It's okay. It's a good girl. What you barking at, baby? It's a good girl. You a good girl. All right. So yeah, AMC trying to bounce. We got the SPY down at these levels. ISIG is up there. We've got like GameStop and AMC that we're looking at these moves. Hey, baby, stop gnawing on me, man. Yeah, you a good girl. Stop it. Get down. No, lay down. We've got BDTX. BDTX is just popping up right now. BDTX. We'll have to look up what the catalyst actually is. I forgot to throw the VWAP up here. No, Rosie. Get down. All right, so for BDTX here, Rosie, no. Hey, come here. Lay down. All right, so yeah, BDTX, guys. This is Black Diamond Therapeutics. They announced the FDA allowance of their IND, which is an investigational new drug application for the BDTX 1535, which is a master key inhibitor of the EGFR for the treatment of glioblastoma in non-small cell lung cancer. So that's the catalyst here. They announced the FDA allowance of the IND, which is again the investigational new drug application for the BDTX 1535, which is a master key inhibitor of the EGFR for the treatment of glioblastoma in non-small cell lung cancer. Yeah, for sure. That's what I always tell her. That's my cure-all for, like, if Rosie's kind of being a jerk and running around, it means she needs exercise. And so Rosie fetches really well already. So, like, she knows how to fetch. She will bring the ball straight into your hand and let it go and let you just throw the ball or whatever it is back and forth. She even knows what BALL means. And so I don't want to say it too loud because she'll get excited if I say it. But yeah, usually what I do when she's acting like that is I play fetch with her for like 30 minutes until she's just burnt out, you know? And eventually I know she's done because she'll stop bringing the ball back and she'll just go lay down, you know? Rosie, you gotta go to the bathroom. Is that what you're doing, baby? Might have to get my daughter to take Rosie out real quick. If AMC goes to 30-day, I'll super chat 100. Man, I hope AMC just runs. Yeah. $16 spread on Lulu. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna let her out real quick. I'll be right back, guys. All right. What's up, Juan? I believe Powell has already spoken of the plan to rate hikes and bond buybacks will end March 4th. Rate hikes this year is what is said. Yeah. BDTX is gapping up though, so we're watching that now. I also see like ARTL. Gapping up a little bit, not really super enticing. We're gonna buy a little bit of BDTX here. We gotta switch this over so we can buy the market, or buy the ask, sell the bid, TIF. See if I can get in here fast enough to buy some. There we go. Ah, don't tell me I missed it. Ah, man. That sucks, dude. I was so close, man. I wanted this dip too, man. That sucks. Now I just gotta look for a different pullback here, I guess. But Okay, this pullback's good. I actually don't mind this. We're in with 50 shares now. All right, we took half off. We'll hold the rest and let the rest ride up here for BDTX, but it's moving some, so that's good. TSRI. Love the dip. All right, we're gonna add a little bit more here, get 35 shares. What the heck is this? I'm trying to buy the. Trying to get filled, but I didn't get any fill here. Oh, there we go. I took a little bit off here. Nice. Nice. Cover a little bit more, holding 10 shares. I'm going to get out there. All right, I made about 10 bucks. Not bad. Why is the Super Bowl so late, man? All right, here goes TSRI. I forgot to take my acid reflux medicine this morning. I probably should take that. All right, so we still got BDTX here. All right, still getting to move up on BDTX here. What do you guys think? Yeah, man, good, bro. Honestly, I'm glad Bama lost, dude. They needed to lose, bro. It's time. It's time they get there and they fail, you know? Honestly, there's so much nonsense. Like, they're too strong of a team. They've gotten way too preferential treatment by the SEC. And, you know, it's just time for somebody to unseat Bama from their brain. You know, they're just, you know, it's no coincidence that the SEC is located in Birmingham, Alabama. You know what I mean? And so, of course, you got people from the SEC rooting for Bama, and they just never lose. And so it's good to see them lose this time. I'm glad Georgia went off one. You know, good. Yeah. Hopefully LSU can do their thing. All right, guys. So it's a slow day. I mean, I don't even know what else to watch. We got TSRI, which is pretty boring. ARTL, which is really boring. ACCD, boring. CLLS, boring. There's just no volume. BBLG is down. RVPH is trying. PFRX. We got like ISIG we're watching. You know, we're watching the SPY to see if we get a bounce here, really. Okay, that's what we're looking for now. Should I buy this BDTX pullback here is the question. Hey, what's up, Trading Yoga? Yeah, I'm thinking about Forex, man. All right, so should I buy a little bit more BDTX here? I already made my money. We might buy like a small share size, like 25 shares. And see if we get a quick bounce right here. We got some nice little resistance and support areas. We got Apple starting to pop back up. Yeah, we're about break even now. I could have added some more to this. Anything else? You guys see anything else? I mean, Carol and I have been getting into the Last Kingdom. Don't ruin the ending. We're on season 1 still, so we haven't even finished season 1. But we finally started getting into the Last Kingdom. It's pretty good so far. We're on episode like 7. We got ACCD, which is Accolade Incorporated. Hey, John team, have you adjusted more on the short side or do you intend to? Yeah, I mean, I've been shorting yesterday. I mostly traded short yesterday. Whenever the market's down, it's my favorite thing. I make the most money when the market is down. Powell is going to speak. Yeah, 1's okay. It's just got a long ways to go. We're going to add a little bit more. We got 50 shares in. We'll trade with what we have, I guess. But I'd like to see if we get a bounce at 550, but it looks like we're about to have to cut this. We'll give it one more second. If we can't hold under or over the VWAP, we're going to get out. Yeah, I think in terms of like education, I think it boils down to the standard of college and the impact that has had on the job force. You know, the reality of it is that like back in the day, college used to be a school that not everybody went to. Like it wasn't the universal standard of education like it was today. Like sure, some people wanted to go and some people did go and others didn't. You know, everybody's not meant to go to college, but nowadays what happens, you get raised up on you got to go to college, when the reality of it is college can help. Like it can get you a better job, obviously, but for certain degrees like business or you know, a little bit more, what's the word, just a little bit less necessary of degrees. Everybody has this standard of going to college. Everybody's parents push them to go to college when the reality of it is some people just aren't meant to go to college. Some people are just not meant to do that. And they're meant to do something instead. And they'll probably make a lot more money doing other things aside from college. But every parent ingrains in their kid, you got to go to college. You got to go to college. And then, of course, everybody just ends up regurgitating that back. You got to go to college. You got to go to college. When, like, the reality of it is a lot of industries are trending more away from college, like programming. Like I think if you want to be an engineer or a doctor or a lawyer, sure, go to college. You know what I mean? But anything else, it's not necessary. Um, I don't know. I think the opposite, Adam. I think social media has been good for literacy and typing and you know context understanding and a lot of things. Just because social media forces people to use that stuff more. Before social media, people didn't have a reason to learn to read and write as much. You know what I mean? And so it's a little different, I think. Yeah, nowadays somebody with a C average is like, I got to go to college, and it's like, bro, you got C's all in high school, you know. But it's like this shame if they don't. Like it's just this weird standard of education where it's like they get shamed if they don't. If they don't go to college, everybody looks at them, and I think that's changing to a certain extent. But I still think that I just know a lot of people that I'm far ahead of what they're doing in life with that went to college and they spent all their time in college, and some of them are honestly resentful at me. Like I've got friends that are like weird with me now. Um, and I'm not trying to act like I'm just this super successful guy or anything like that, but I certainly make more than a lot of people that went to college and a lot of people that went there got their master's degree. And so, I'm certainly biased in a lot of ways, but yeah, I'm gonna add a little bit more. We're in with 75 shares now. Yeah, well, teaching degree makes sense. I think you need to with a teaching degree. Like my mom was a teacher. Teaching is a hard job, though, brother. The one thing I think teachers should be paid much more than they are. Teaching is a hard job. My mom was a teacher. Just a very difficult job. Kids, they're not easy to deal with. All right, so we're in with 75 shares here at BDTX. I really just want to see it hold over 950 or 550. If it doesn't, if it starts to break under 550, we're probably going to jump out of this. Okay, yeah, no worries, Adam. I feel you, man. I get it. It's an interesting argument. It really is. I think that it's a little bit mixed in terms of like the good and bad, the pros and cons of social media. I think that it makes people need to be less strict with the grammar and usage, but it also encourages them to write more. And just by writing more, they're going to have a little bit more thorough of an understanding of like a broader range of words than they would have if they didn't use social media. You know what I mean? And then that can be good or bad, you know. Yeah, right. Jobs in tech, man, especially like programming. Like you can get a job as a programmer without a degree right now, making 40, 50K a year by going to like a boot camp for 4 months, 4 or 5 months. You go to a boot camp for 4 or 5 months and you learn programming at this boot camp and you get the certificate and you pass that boot camp, then you can get a job junior programmer making 40, 50, $60,000 a year as a programmer and get your foot in the door with 4, 5, 6 months of education. And so I think that certain industries like that are trending away from college to a certain extent. I always think that people that go to college in those industries are going to make more and have a much easier time finding a job. But I still think that programming is not something you should go to college for. I think it's a complete waste of time. You can learn to program infinitely faster if you just teach yourself. As opposed to going to college for it. But again, you're still going to make more if you go to college, but it's a little bit different. All right, so we're probably going to cut this for BDTX. I wanted to give it the chance to hold over the VWAP, but it looks like it's about to break down, and I don't feel like getting stuck too heavily in this drop. We're going to give it one more second. I wanted to give it 450, so I'm being a little bit stubborn here, still holding this, to be honest. But yeah, we're just going to cut that. Keep it small. BBLG. Teachers these days are screwed. They have no chance of succeeding. Yeah, I mean, teachers has always got the shaft a little bit, man. You know, it's never been easy for teachers, I don't think. One is over VWAP here. BDTX is still trying. All right, so we're still looking at BDTX. It might come back up, but we're going to wait for it. One is still trying. What's your favorite stock right now, guys? I mean, we're watching a few different things. Yeah, but I mean, Anthony, if you're talking about being a teacher, it's not as easy, brother. Like just saying, oh, well, you just need their respect is fine. But like I said, if you've been around kids and teenagers, you understand that sometimes, no matter how cool you are, they're not gonna respect you. They're just gonna be difficult. You know what I mean? And that's with everybody. You know, there's always people like that, and so it's a very difficult job being a teacher. 100%. I think objectively speaking, it's obviously a difficult job. And considering what teachers make in terms of pay, it's barely anything, you know. All right, so we got AMC up. What do y'all think this is going to do? So BDTX is back up here. Back up. Let's see if the SPY bounces here. I'm a little bit tempted to buy some more, but I think I'm just going to wait. You know, I think that I've been doing really well. Yesterday, I made like almost $100. And so I think I've been doing really well because I think that me trading in pre-market, even if I'm losing in pre-market, like my logic is like, okay, even if I'm losing in pre-market, being down makes me scale up my size a little bit more. So we made almost $100 yesterday. And again, I think part of the reason we've been scaling up is because by the time pre-market starts or pre-market's over with and the market opens, I'm forced to trade a little bit larger and take a little bit larger swings, if that makes sense. And so I think hopefully we'll get it to continue here. But yeah. Still looking at one. I don't know what to do with this. It's below VWAP, and so we're just gonna wait, I guess. But try to be patient with it. We got PETZ. I know we've had a few people talk about like PETZ, Lucid. Really interesting long-term chart for Lucid here. Still watching one. Still watching BDTX here. BDTX doesn't look bad. The volume's okay. What's up first? Going to the moon with Hood. Sizing up after taking losses is not what you normally preach. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to explain. Like, okay, basically what I'm really talking about is I'm forced to scale larger regardless, you know? So it's like I'm trading larger. Part of it is from pre-market trading, of course, but the other part of it is because I need to scale up anyway, you know? And so I think it just encourages me to scale up a little bit more. I think I have to trade larger, you know? All right, so there's the pull down in BDTX. Yeah, I'm ready to trade larger. I need to, you know. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm still trading small. If I say a big win is almost $100, you know, you know, I'm trading pretty small. WEJO. Yeah, we're watching Lucid, AMC. We're watching one. WEJO. I mean, unless the daily chart looks really interesting, which it doesn't, to be honest, for me, we just gotta wait. Crypto reversal soon. Yeah, I tend to think that we're gonna get a reversal in crypto. Yeah, I tend to think that it's time for a reversal. I think that Bitcoin's going to start bouncing. We dropped a video yesterday if you guys didn't catch it. Did you buy Lulu? No. Never bought it. Potentially should have, but never bought it. I wanted to. What to buy? I don't know, man. It really depends. I have no idea. I don't know what else should buy. It's a slow day. I mean, we're just looking around and seeing what we can find. You know, we got GameStop, AMC, Lulu, we got SPY. Tesla looks interesting. Cannabis stocks moving. Yeah, what happened to like TLRY? TLRY is up to 7th. TLRY is definitely interesting. We could watch that one today. PHIO. Do I have 2021 in the title? Do I really? Oh, my apologies. Go. All right, so TLRY, cannabis stock, like I said, this one, it's starting to break down. I want to see it bounce at 7 if it can. Lucid's trying, AMC is up there. What is the top percentage today? I'm having trouble seeing on the left-hand side. PHIO currently is ripping up. If we look at PHIO, it's interesting. ACCD puts, yeah, so I'm seeing PHIO. Volume is a little light right now, though, to be honest. Like, even with the catalyst, it's good and all, but like the volume's a little bit light at this point. PHIO Pharmaceuticals announces French regulatory clearance of clinical trial for PH762 to treat melanoma. So yeah, they received French regulatory clearance for their clinical trial. If we get back over the VWAP, we're interesting. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's up. AMC is up too. There's PHIO back over 120s. Get this straight. There we go. All right, try to get back over VWAP here. I don't know what to do with this, to be honest. The top percentage gain is ONE. Second is PHIO. Third is TSRI. And so we're watching PHIO right now. It had French regulatory clearance of a clinical trial for PH762 to treat melanoma, sitting right at 119s right now. Still got a ways to go, though. You know, we still got to wait a while for this one, I think. BDTX ended up breaking down, which I guess was to be expected. Remember, guys, y'all download the Squeeze app. It's a completely free app for Android. It gives you free short flow data, market cap data, float data, analyst ratings, SEC filings, all that good stuff, completely free. Check out the link. You can download it right here from the link in chat. Switch up, put some old music on. Year yesterday. Yeah, I still got to get involved with the options market. Just curious, why did you expect BDTX to break down? Usually when they don't hold and continue, they break. So it was just taking too long to run. And so with that, I just didn't feel like holding on to that. Like penny stocks, they're usually, if they don't go, they usually pull back some. No, not always, but like when BDTX didn't start testing these highs up here, that's just a signal like, okay, I'm just not going to mess with that after this. It's taking too long, you know. PHIO breaking down as well. What's up, day trading? Yeah, it's coming from iOS sometime. It's been a month, man. It's been a busy month, man. If any of you guys got kids, you know, Christmas and kids and everybody got sick, and then, you know, it's just been hectic, man. It's been chaos. All right, guys, so we're gonna break down. Yeah, it's slow. Out of curiosity, do you have a reason you don't trade larger? I think that my account is about $30,000, and I think that part of it, to be honest, and this might not be fun for a lot of you guys to hear, but I think the trading culture brainwashes traders into thinking they should be trading larger than they really should be. Like, I think most of the time, like, you should be shooting for small gains, and I think the culture of the market is just big, huge, large gains. Where everybody wants to make these huge gains and these huge runs, but the reality of it is like they should be trading much smaller than they are. And so traders ended up just trading way too large relative to their account size and just destroying their account because they're watching some kid trade huge sizing a lot of the time with paper accounts, where the reality of it is they should just be trading much smaller than they are, and instead they're just acting crazy, trading dumb. um, and trading unnecessarily large. Like a $30,000 account, to make $100 a day in a $30,000 account is large. Now each individual trade might be small, but like to make that much in an account this big is large. People just think it isn't because they're used to gurus pumping their head full of nonsense. Um, Yeah, no worries. Of course, man. Happy that you understand. I tell a lot of people that, and they get really kind of weird with me, and they think that like a lot of people have these delusions of grandeur in trading, where they think that they're just going to be making all this money, and they think they're just going to buy this guru's course and get rich quick. They're going to get rich next month, and they're going to show everybody that's telling them they shouldn't trade. They're going to prove them wrong, and they're just going to get rich and prove everybody wrong. And the reality of it is, most people are just going to lose money. And so having the right mindset is incredibly important, because it's going to ultimately help you figure out what you need to do. Gappers are pretty slow. I disagree, and that's okay. You can disagree, Brutus. But again, a lot of the traders that are, like I said, there's this culture of trading. In order to sell courses, a guru needs to act like you can get rich quick, right? So they're acting like you can take $1,000 and that you can turn it into 30K in 2 weeks if you just buy their course. And again, the reality of it is, most people are just going to lose money, and that's an objective truth that not a lot of people want to hear, because a lot of people are out here just trying to sell courses. Right. And in order to sell those courses, you got to be a little bit misleading with traders, and traders need to eat it up. They need to think that they're going to get rich. Right. That's the only justifiable reason to buy a course to a lot of them. And so what happens is you just got these traders that are trading way too large relative to their account size, just losing. Do I have a video? I have a lot of videos. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and that's usually everybody. Everybody kind of learns to trade small at first, or learns to trade way too large at first. Um, and so it is what it is. And again, people get stuck in this thinking because they're desperate to get out of their current situation. Like they're just desperate to make money, so they don't really think about things, and they just end up destroying their account. They're so desperate to get rich and look like their favorite gurus that are out here on social media using paper accounts and pumping themselves up that they just destroy their accounts. They just lose, you know. Um, yeah. I don't know. I don't like Kramer, man. I think Kramer is just a paid shill. Um, I think Kramer's just getting paid to shill for companies and pump them up. He's getting. That's all it really is. All right, so PHIO didn't do much. We still got TLRY trying, BDTX trying, AMC is still sitting here. But again, I mean, one thing I will say is that I could very easily be wrong about, whatever. If you think it's possible to scale up in size like that, then go ahead. But again, I think people just have these delusions of grandeur where they just think they're going to get rich quick. All right, guys, let me know what you guys see. It's a very slow day, to be honest. Very slow. Yeah, rest in peace to Bob Saget. Unfortunate. PTPI, I don't know. Let's see. So here's AMC. Here's PTPI. Oh yeah, that dude had some hilarious jokes. Bob Saget. Everybody knew him from Full House, but he had some funny stuff. ACCD gap it up. It's just such a slow day, man. I mean, here's the SPY. I think this is the most interesting part of the market right now. Is that look at the market. So we're right around the bottom here. I think this is the most interesting part. For how long you have this channel? A few years. And again, a lot of people get mad at me for talking like I did this morning because I'm attacking their dreams. Their dream is to get rich. And when I come along and say it's not quite like that, it's not really like that, that usually causes some emotion, you know? Um, Here's my phone. Yeah. Yeah, Bob was the man. All right, so PHIO at 108. I'm starting to think about getting into Forex too. I just don't know whether I should or not yet. I'm thinking about it. What do you guys think? Let me know what you think about Forex. Man, what is up with the views, bro? Views have been super strange, bro. Like the views will drop 20 viewers, and then I don't know if it's like a glitch with YouTube. It'll drop like 20 viewers, and then all of a sudden we'll get them right back. It's super strange. Like we just had 260 in here, now it dropped to 240, now we're back up to 253. It's just a strange cycle. Weird. What do you think of the Forex market, guys? It's really something I've been considering trying. All right, PHIO is over. I just don't like it. Here's Tesla. Tesla up there. So we're watching that. We got Lucid up there as well. Apple trying to make moves. SPY very strong right now. So the SPY's been very strong. TLRY is interesting too. If BDTX can get back over the VWAP, we might take it. I've heard Forex trading is sketchy, so never try it. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. Yeah, let's give a goal. What's the goal? Like button, guys. We're watching Apple. It's just a slow day. I mean, I may or may not be playing poker on the other end, but may or may not be. I don't know. Could be. Is there a PDT rule in Forex? No, no PDT rule in Forex. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just strange. Yeah, it's I want to try Forex, but cash or tourney. I'm mostly playing sit and goes. I'm mostly a sit and go player, so yeah, I would have Tony on. It's just a slow day, man. I'm kind of over here multitasking right now, so in a little bit he probably can, if he still wants to. Papa Powell is going to give us plans to combat inflation for the nomination, so be careful. Yeah, I think the crypto market is at a really interesting bounce level. I think it's time to go up, but who knows, man? Who knows? It's a weird market. Just so slow right now. What do we got? Watch and trade, BDTX. We got TLOY maybe. We've got ONE, BHIO maybe. All right, so it's the 11th, guys. It's the 11th. Should I stay in PHIO? I don't know, man. PHIO is looking kind of rough, no? I don't know. For me personally, I don't know. ACCD, yeah, ACCD gapped up. PHIO is looking rough. I mean, I don't know. It depends on what your entry is. I have no idea whether you should hold it or not. It's just looking kind of rough, honestly, here. Yeah, I'm down to get into options. Just we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I don't know about PHIO, man. PHIO is looking kind of tough. It's down to 108. I'm still trying to think whether I should get in Forex or not. I'm starting to think about it. PETZ. PETZ kind of looks interesting. I mean, it's moving some. We might buy a little bit of this, like a few hundred shares. We're getting 100, 200. We're trying 200 shares. We'll see. Hey, what's up, Jack? Good morning, man. What the heck, man? Why are they filling me on the rest? So we need 48 to make it 200? There we go. 200. Forex is fun. Great to trade if you know charts. Yeah, it's... I mean, we could always trade both. Let's see. What's up, John? Yeah, we could always trade both. It just depends. We're waiting, you know. Should I buy more of this? I don't know, man. I'm looking at pets, PETZ. I think I'm kind of running myself thin with everything sometimes. Like, I'm trying to run this channel all by myself, and then like I'm also trying to build the crypto channel up, but then I'm also got to start putting videos out in this channel as well. It's just this big mess, man. Maybe I need to hire some people, but it's just a big mess. Yeah, it's pretty slow, Tony. No movement on PHL. Weird. I mean, it's pretty common, to be honest, where a stock rips up and then slowly fades into obscurity in pre-market. It's pretty common, I would say. You ever go through a phase of over trading and take any setup you could? How are you more discretionary with trading setups? Well, the real way you do it is just from conditioning. You condition yourself through repetition, and you just do it over and over and over again. You do the right things over and over and over again until they become second nature. And that takes time. It just takes a conditioning where you just do the right things. You do them over and over and over again until you don't have to think about them anymore. TSRI. All right, so we got to pull back on pets. SPY pulling back some here. TSRI is back over VWAP, but it's still moving pretty slow, to be honest. I don't know, man. I don't know what those are going to do. That's hard to tell. All right, so we're in pets. Think about adding some more. What's up, Papa Bull? I don't know. I don't mind the pets move. And so I might add a little bit more here, like 50 shares or so. Add on the dip, see if we can get a bounce coming in or something, But we'll see. We'll just cut it if it can't. But I want to see if we get a bounce right here at the VWAP. See if it just continues. Hey, what's up, Emmanuel? All right, Pawn. Have a good day, bro. We'll see you in a little bit. We'll see. We're watching BDTX here. BDTX breaking under VWAP. What's up, Walter? We got 105 likes. That's not too bad. All right, so we got a little bit of a bounce here. We're in 250 shares. Got a little bit of a bounce. Let's see if it continues. Grab pets. Yeah, we're almost break even. I'm thinking I maybe should have added a little bit more. Look at TSRI though. TSRI is up there to 1110s now, so it's not looking bad, in all honesty. Entry is about 85, so I mean, we still got a ways to go, to be honest. Why is pets down so much? It's not really down much. It's up this morning, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, what happened yesterday, bro? I don't know what happened to pets yesterday. Honestly, I don't know here. Let me look it up. But that's a big drop. I will say that. So pets, PTZ, it's some type of bad. Some type of bad catalyst had to happen. Circuit breaker halt yesterday. Yeah, this was yesterday, right on the 10th. Somebody's got to know why this dropped. Somebody's got to know. Hey, my man. Thank you, Familia. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, dude. That's great, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, bro. That's awesome, dude. $10 from my man, Familia Santos. Thank you, brother. I appreciate the support, dude. That's awesome. My man. Thank you, brother. Market's down. This was a super short float. People probably got scared and took profits. Yeah, but not from that drop, man. That drop was different, bro. I don't know what is going on with that drop. That drop is just strange. Like, that's a big drop. Second to Bloomberg portal. Safe, boom, baby Doge. You don't do push-ups anymore? I mean, we can do push-ups. I'll make y'all a deal today. Every donation is a push-up today. All right, we'll bring the push-ups back. You know? Stops are important. Yeah, stops are, for sure. You know? Stops are certainly important, you know? Damn, dude. All right, so we're still in pets. TSRI, rip it up, man. It's at 1130s. Yeah, stops are incredibly important, honestly. It's been a while since you've done a push-up. Think you still can? Oh, bro, I could nail some push-ups right now, bro. Like I said, every dollar in donation today, we'll do a push-up. All right. You just gotta remind me. We'll also do our mustard spoon today. That we're owed. We owe people a mustard spoon, and so we'll also do that today. But yeah, I can still do push-ups. It's probably good for me, honestly. The only good thing is that it kind of kept me in shape doing all those push-ups. And so that's why we'll bring them back. I know we're not going to get a ton, but we'll start doing a little bit every day. It'll probably be good for me. Yeah, I remember I had that day where I did 600. 600. It's a mess, bro. All right, so we're probably gonna have to cut out of this for pets. Under this level here at 81, it's just time to go. You know. But yeah, shout out to my man Santos, Familia Santos again, bro. That's great, man. Thank you, brother. We're gonna let it go down to 81 and a half since 81 and a half. Oof. All right, yeah, it's time to cut it. $10 loss. I mean, it's all good. Big drop on pets. Who knows what's happening with that thing, man? Who knows, man? That thing's just crazy. All right, guys. So we're out of pets. I do see TSRI flying up here, guys. Absolutely ripping up. Huge moves right now. Huge movement. Yeah, it's definitely risky. TSRI is flying up though. It's at 1185s right now. So, you know. Yeah, TSRI up to almost 12s now. Pet's still trying to bounce. TSRI lows float. Yeah, it's at 1207s, 1213s. 12013s. 1213s right now. Or 1190s, I mean. So I kind of multitasking here. I've had a few good trades this year, but I feel like I need more shares. Yeah, we've been on pretty well this year. I mean, we're green, small on the year, but still up regardless, I'm sure. SBEV. Yeah, SBEV, guys. This is one I missed too. And look at SBEV. Look at this thing, man. It's up to 180s right now. Let's look at what the reason for this is. It's got to have some type of catalyst. Splash Beverage Group, they received authorization to sell their Tap Out performance drink in Walmart stores across Florida metropolitan areas. So they got basically permission in Florida to sell their drink, which is called Tap Out with a T capitalized at the end, and it's a performance drink. They received authorization to sell it in Walmart stores across the Florida area. So that's pretty good news. We'll look for a pullback here, maybe to 175 and buy that if it sets up well enough and just poke around a little bit in the morning. We're down small. We're down like 15 bucks on the day. But again, it is small. And we're going to take it with small size here too because it's a pretty big range. We're doing 25 shares. But yeah, look at TSRI. Look at SBEV start to rip here, guys. I could add a little bit more maybe here, but $22 million in the float. Yeah, pretty small float. I'm showing 26 million, but yeah, I'm showing a pretty small float. So hopefully it can run. A little bit tempted to buy some more, but I don't know. SBV up there to 180s. PETZ climbing back. Is it really? Yeah, it's back over VWAP here, so it's kind of interesting. SPY up again today, up to 460s. I'm really interested in the SPY bounce level. I think this is a really interesting bounce level for the SPY and the market in general. I think if we look at the SPY here, for instance, and we look at the long-term chart, look at this. So we are right at that pullback level is where we hit. Nice. Take a little bit off, just a small trade. Little baby trade, but green nonetheless. We'll maybe add some more to it if it sets up. I'm also thinking about buying a little bit of TSRI here. All right, so here's another little pullback zone. 20 shares now. Look at TSRI here. Wow. Could buy it at 12, but I think it's a little extended now. All right, so we're getting a pullback here for SBV. I still kind of like this one. I mean, I like the pullback to the VWAP area. We'll add a little bit more, although I haven't been going that hot in pre-market, to be honest. So we'll see. We're in with 30 shares. We've been making money every day. Like yesterday we made money. The day before we made money. But what's up, Tiny? Good morning. Yeah, TSRI. I'm looking up the float size now. It's got to be small. All right, so TSRI is up after the company reported second quarter revenue of 23.9 million versus 16.1 million year over year. So better than last year's revenue here. Here's the catalyst for it. This is TSRI. You can see the company reported second quarter revenue of 23.9 million versus 16.1 million year over year. All right, so we're in SBEV. We're going to add a little bit more here. We're in with 40 shares now. See if we can get a bounce at the VWAP area. TSRI is consolidating at these lows too. Let me see. All right, so we got SBEV bouncing at maybe 175 level. All right, so we're getting a pullback here for SBEV. Probably going to cut it. Pretty close to cutting it. I don't know what I want to do with this one. We're just chilling with it right now. Here's the SPY. SPY is honestly at an interesting level. I think we're going to bounce, but maybe not. All right, guys. So red meat, green move on Relly. So we're going to move back up on SBEV, which looks good. Yeah, well, good luck, Tony. Yeah, have a good day, brother. Yeah, I just don't know if I'm feeling guests today. It's nothing against anybody, you know. I'm just not really in the mood for guests. I'm just kind of multitasking, playing poker, waiting for something to show up. Slow day. We got TSRI moving, though, so it's not too bad. But I think SPY may have a bit more downside. It's certainly possible. I mean, we're looking at it in terms of like this broader trend, but it could certainly drop some more here. I think if we look at the SPY, it could hit 455s. I think if it starts to break under 450 specifically, it's not looking good. You know, so if it starts to break under 450, it's not looking that great, you know. All right, so what do you guys think of SBEV? Here's TSRI. I really don't mind this pullback on TSRI. Just depends on what kind of sizing I want to take here, to be honest. Huge size is not going to work. We're going to buy 10 shares. Keep it tight. All right, we're going to get out of SBEV, maybe add some back to it. Just a day where pre-market trading is not really turning out that hot. And so we're going to slow it down, wait for something to move after TSRI. Watching pets still too. All right, nice fish. That's great, brother. Yeah, DWAC. Yeah, DWAC it looks all right. We'll see. I mean, it's not looking bad, that's for sure. The problem with DWAC is that it's been kind of going back and forth, and it's risky. You know, that's the only problem with it, is that there's just a lot of risk there. All right, so we're in TSRI. I guess I could add some more. What do you guys think? Do y'all like DWAC? I guess I could do a poll on it. I'm going to use DWAC and Fun just to see, because I think both of these are interesting. Dude. Stupid. Sorry, playing poker. Got 3 outed with a set. Stupid set. I went over a short stack with queens versus tens. He flopped a 10. Sinuses aren't quite right after you know what. But yeah, he flopped a 10. I had queens. He had tens. Flopped a 10 on the flop. You don't love to see it. I got queens again. Maybe it's redemption time. I swear, if I lose again with queens. Ali B, what's up? Not bullish on DWAC, but I watch for swings. Yeah, for sure. I think DWC is interesting. It just depends. I think it's got good and bad things about it. Can you share your TOS setup? Yeah, I can share it. Let me see. There we go. Press Control V to paste it anywhere. All right. Yeah, there's my TOS setup right there. All right, so we are getting a little bit of a pop up here for TSRI. I guess I'm just gonna let this ride. I don't know what else to do with it. I think there's good and bad things about it, but I think it could have the potential to really run. We're gonna take a little bit off there. Try to get some type of green trade into the books. Looks like everybody's battling with my puppy dog. PLTR. All right, so we're still in this. We're just gonna take the profit, and maybe we'll add some more back. I don't know. We're trying to be patient with it. DWC is interesting. I heard a February launch for the platform. Yeah, for sure. It's up there to 1240s right now. 1240s. We got BDTX trying to make a comeback here. SBEV trying to make a run. TSRI still ripping up. Like I said, maybe we'll buy a pullback. I generally like to take profit on at high of the days. I don't really like letting stuff like that test high of the days. I think it's just risky letting it move and test high of the days. Too much risk involved with that, I think. Yeah, no worries. HUDI tanking nice. ECOR, BBLG. There goes TSRI. Maybe I shouldn't have sold. Yeah, here's BBLG. I know it kind of ran yesterday, but never really held, in all honesty. So that's why most of us are here. Johnny keeps it real. We try, TSRI cup and handle for me. I'm thinking about adding on a pullback. I try to keep it real. I mean, like I said, man, I just try to be honest. I know I could grow a lot faster if I kind of pandered to certain communities here, and if I was a little bit dishonest with people, I think I could probably grow 5 times as fast. But I'd rather just be honest. It helps me sleep better at night. If I'm gonna benefit from this YouTube channel, you know what I mean? I at least want to help traders and be honest with them. I'm very blessed to be in this situation. Very blessed to have this community, and so with that, I'd rather be honest with people. What are we trading today? I don't know, man. We're watching some stuff. Watching the SPY, watching BBLG, watching SBV, watching TSRI right now. TSRI is kind of the big rip in the market currently. So maybe we could buy a little 1 minute pullback or something like that. It's at 1260s right now. How you doing? Oh. All right. Love you. Have a good day. What's wrong with you? No. Little brother problems. Yeah, that's Rosie. Honestly, the kids just don't know how to handle her, unfortunately. She's just a little puppy. They've never had a puppy, and so they think puppies are just super well behaved. They're not. Puppies never listen to anybody. Rosie's honestly a really nice puppy. She's really sweet. She is already fully potty trained at like 13 months. All right, here's a pullback. We're going to buy a little bit here, add a little bit more, get in 10 shares. All right, so we're going with 10 shares. See if we can get a little bit more profit from this. We'll see. Puppies can hit. Yeah, man, puppies are just puppies, bro. They're just like toddlers, dude. They don't listen. They bark, they bite, they chew stuff up. You know what I mean? They're teething, just like puppies, or just like toddlers. And I just don't think they've ever had one. You know. And so they're just kind of learning the ropes, and they're just not used to it. They think she's biting when she's just kind of mouthing them a little bit. She's not even biting down. She's just kind of gnawing, and you know. But they're learning. You know, they'll get better. I'm looking up some traders here. All right, so we're still in here for TSR. We just want to see it pop up to 13. That's what we really want, is a move up to 13. We'll see if we get it, but like that's what we want. Yeah, I mean, nobody's ever the same. It's definitely choppy, Qualius. No traders are ever the same, and that's the difference, bro, is that no traders are alike. Everybody's a little bit different. And so it's just about figuring out what your versatility, what your style is, and mastering that. And that takes time. It's never the same. There's a lot of misleading stuff too. Still in here for TSRI. All right, so we got TSRI here. It's bouncing up a little bit. I just want to see if we can make a 13 test. That's what I really want. Yeah, it only takes a few little strategies to make money in the market. You just got to really master your emotions and condition yourself. That's all it really takes. You got to master your emotions and just condition yourself through repetition. I use John's strategy with my own modification. When doing a big position short, I use Stephen Duck's strategy. Yeah, and that's what everybody takes their own strategies and kind of morphs them to be what they want. And so it just takes a little bit of time, but you got to just weed through. In trading, you just got to weed through the nonsense, man. And there's a lot of it. There's a lot of nonsense. There's a lot of BS. There's a lot of traders that are just, sketchy. Oh, my bad, guys. I just realized I'm muted. Nobody ever tells me. What's up, guys? I've been talking to everybody here. I just realized I'm muted, man. How long have I been muted for, dude? Damn. Hey, what's up, Rick? Yeah, we're back. Sorry, guys. I must have been muted. I don't know how long I was muted. All right, here goes TSRI. Yeah, good morning from Toronto. It's cold here. Yeah, I'm in Texas, man, and it's cold. So I know it's got to be cold in Toronto right now for sure. Silent treatment. I'm muted for an hour, huh? All right. Well, we're trying. Yeah, y'all hit that like button, guys, if you haven't already. We do this live every single day right here for free. So we're in TSRI here. I don't know what we want to do with this. Yeah. Do it now. Big migration to Florida. I took the garbage out and froze. Nah. All right, so we're in. Today ain't trash day. Tomorrow's trash day. Yeah, how about Bama losing yesterday, man? That's crazy, huh? Oh, wait, what's today? Man, y'all got me confused. Today is Wednesday, is a trash day. Today's Tuesday. Yeah, y'all had me confused, man. I'm sitting there like, damn, dude. Today's not trash day, is it? You know? Yeah, today, yeah, Bama lost, man. Do it now, guys. Do it now. Oh, man. For Alabama. Yeah, man. Wednesday is my trash day, man. Wednesday. Wednesday is my trash day. All right, so we're still in TSRI. All right, so we're TSRI pulling back a little bit finally now. Uh, Markets closed Monday, 117 for Martin Luther King. Yeah, so we'll have to see here, man. I'm trying to be patient, but it's just a slow day. We're waiting for something to show up, you know. Yeah, AMD has been really profitable, bro. What's the crypto world doing? I mean, I see BitGet, and we're looking at the crypto market. It's just so slow at this point. You know, Doge. Bitcoin is up to almost 42,000, which is good. It desperately needed it, to be honest. It desperately needed it. All right, so we got Bitcoin, Ethereum, LTC. Everything's up mostly. We're still waiting for TSRI to make some type of move, but it's just so slow at this point in time. AMC trying to make a move up. I don't know what I want to do with this. I could take like 5 shares off of TSRI just to lock in some profit here. But yeah, when's Powell supposed to speak? Does anybody know? What time is Powell supposed to speak? Does anybody know? Let me check. Y'all know when Chow? 10 a.m.? All right, so not bad. All right, so at least Powell's supposed to speak. So it's at 10 a.m. market time. Okay. Hey, y'all do me a favor and hit the like button if you haven't already, guys. We do this live for free every single day right here. So if you haven't already, smash the like, hit the subscribe button. I certainly appreciate it if you do. And so hit the like, hit the subscribe button. We do this live every day right here. And so show support for the channel. How do you spell Jerome Powell? There it is. What about Dogecoin, man? Yeah, it just takes a little while. So we got to pull back all the way for TSRI. I don't know what I want to do. I guess I could add to this and see if it holds over 12. And if it doesn't hold over 12, we're just going to hang it up for trading in pre-market and just wait until the market reacts. Hey, we got 200 likes already. Nice, man. Hey, we're getting there. You know, we're growing. We just want to see this hold over 12. We'll see if we do. We're trying. AMC trying too. We're still waiting for the SPY to bounce here. Dude, I've been in the same freaking sit and go poker game for like an hour, dude. Like every time we think it's over, it just somebody doubles up and we just start right back over, bro. SPY is weak. Yeah, we're watching the SPY for sure. I think the SPY could bounce today. I don't know. It really is going to depend on what Powell says, to be honest. Like it really is going to be dependent on what Powell says, because Powell, anytime he speaks, he influences the market heavily, and so that's what everybody's just waiting on, is Powell to say, you know, good, bad, interest rates, whatever he's talking about today. I don't even know. And so really we're just kind of chilling and waiting for that to happen. What's he supposed to speak about today? All right, so he has a hearing testimony. Let me see. Let me look this up. I know he's supposed to say something. All right, so it says that Jerome Powell will tell senators that the Fed policymakers see inflation's toll, is what it says. It said he's set to tell senators today that central bankers will use their economic tools to keep inflation, which has been high, from becoming entrenched. He is scheduled to testify before the Senate Banking Committee today as he seeks confirmation, faces reappointment at an anxious economic movement. He said, quote, "We know that high inflation exacts a toll, particularly for those less able to meet the higher cost of essential foods like housing and transportation. We are strongly committed to achieving our statutory goals of maximum employment and price stability," end quote. So we'll see what happens with him, you know. Again, we're currently in TSRI. We think the SPY could bounce today. I mean, that's what we're waiting on, is the SPY potentially bouncing here. But, I mean, you never know what's going to happen. Yeah, answering questions when it's confirmation. Okay, got you. Don't get into the market until 11. No, we're probably just going to wait. freaking ridiculous, bro. How many bad beats do I get today, man? I've lost with kings twice, aces twice. Man, how long does this go, dude? Damn, dude. I'm not usually one to get on tilt, but I've lost with kings twice, aces twice in the same game. And I don't know how I'm still here, but like, damn, bro. It's all good, I guess, but I'm actually green on the session, but sheesh, man. This thing is going over. I'm just ready to end it. What time is the Fed speech? It's supposed to be at 10. I think it's supposed to be at 10. SBEV? Yeah, we're waiting on it for SBEV. But I don't know, man. Everything's kind of dipping and coming back and dipping and coming back. We actually made money on the session, which is good, but it's still frustrating. Yeah, I'm over here playing poker, Joel. I don't know what else to do. I mean, we're just kind of, when I'm trading small. We're just kind of giving money back to the market. It's just a slow day. We actually made money on the session, though, but it's still a frustrating game. I stayed in that last game. It was like freaking, like, literally like 40-minute sit and go. And I had aces twice. Got busted twice with aces. Had kings. The last hand that I lost on, it was kings versus queen 7 offsuit. And the guy flops 2 pair. He flops a queen and a 7. And so there's nothing I can do in that situation. I'm just kind of, variance is a killer. And it is what it is. It's all good. I'm just glad to be over with it. Honestly, it was taking up too much of my attention, and I was just kind of waiting for it to finish, and it just never would. But yeah, TSRI, I don't know. I want to see this one bounce at 12s, but like, I'm going to cut it fast if it doesn't. You know, we're down like 20 bucks in pre-market, so it's nothing terrible. Maybe if SBEV pulls back, but just nothing's really holding. I think the whole market's kind of waiting and slow. The whole market's just kind of waiting on Powell to speak. And so we're just kind of chilling. Yeah, like I said, for me on the SPY, we're pulling back 455s. I think 455s, 450 is the interesting levels for the SPY. And we'll see what happens. But I think those are the interesting levels that a lot of traders are paying attention to right now. We got a few other things moving up in pre-market, but it's, you know. He said, morning, John. I actually think you trade better when there's no guests on. Too hard to concentrate and listen to another person's opinion on things at the same time. Maybe pre-market is a good time for guests. Yeah, I mean, I like having guests, but I don't want them on every day. Because you know, I like having guests, but I don't want them on every day. It's not somebody like, I don't want running this live stream is hard to manage sometimes, you know, like there's a lot of different things you got to do. And so at a certain point, sometimes it's just easier not to have guests and just to be me, and I'll cover the market topics, and it's just easier that way. And it's nothing against any of the guests. Like Tony's great, you know. When we have Joel on, he's great too. It's just some days I'm just not really feeling guests. And I mean, that's going to be understandable. I'm not going to want guests on every day. I'm not going to want pressure from guests, you know, if they can't come on, you know what I mean? It's just some days I want them, some days I don't. And then, you know, that's kind of how we run it. And all of them understand for the most part, I think, you know. I appreciate them giving me content and helping me grow the channel anyway. What do you mean? What time is Powell speaking? 10 a.m. Yeah, thank you, Joel. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you, man. I almost quit so many times. Yeah, it's a tough thing, man. I just think the best advice I can give anybody that wants to quit trading is just take it slow and like explore all the different ways of trading. You know, like if you're struggling day trading, like maybe try something else, like figure out what you're good at, you know, because for a lot of people, day trading ain't going to be it. You know, for a lot of people, day trading is not going to be what they're good at. They're going to be better at a million other things than day trading, you know, and so just figure out what you're good at. I'm good at attacking the SPY and, you know, large caps. That's what I'm really good at, you know, but if I try to get into a different niche, it might not work. And so some people's personalities just aren't suited towards day trading. You know, day trading takes a very, very specific personality to do well with, and it's not everybody. You know, it's not everybody. You got to just take it slow a lot of the time. We're going to cut this, but yeah, it's definitely not everybody. You just got to... Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Hawk. Like, I don't mind that idea, having guests come on later. The reason I've been cutting it early is just because I'm done. Like, okay, I could keep the live stream going, but after like 30, 45 minutes after the opening bell, I'm usually done. Like, I'm not usually trading after them. And so I'm usually just chilling then. And so I could keep the stream running and just kind of BS with people, or I could just close it down and let you guys go on with your day. When I'm done trading, I usually close it down. There's no reason to keep it going after that, you know. So we got a troll here, and he just kind of keeps trolling people. He's been trolling people for the last few days. I don't know if he's said anything productive this entire time, and so we're just gonna ban him. So good day, sir. Because like all he really does is troll and try to start stuff, and so good day, dude. Find something else to do, bro. Anyways. What's up, David? Yes, sir. OnlyFans will make you more money than trading. It probably will. SBEV's back over the VWAP here. We're just going to chill right now. I mean, I could also trade futures, I could trade futures. But I don't know how well I would do with futures as well. If we look at the SPY itself here, it's just tough to pick a trend in pre-market, I think. I'm usually just better at it after the open. Robert Burst passed away. I don't know. I'm seeing an article here. It says, why are millions of Americans quitting their jobs for good? Oh, man, that's a tough one, man. I think it's good or bad. I think if you want to work, now's the time to get a job. Because there's so many open opportunities. Like, I know a lot of programmers specifically have really wanted to get their foot in the door in programming, but the job market in that niche is so competitive that they historically haven't been able to get a job as a programmer because junior programming jobs are hard to get. There's a lot of applicants and everything like that. I think right now, if you wanted to be a programmer, if you wanted to get into some of these niches and some of these sectors that you couldn't historically get into, now's probably the time to do it because there's so many jobs open right now because a lot of people just don't feel like working. And so with that said, if you wanted to get your foot in the door, get some references, get a job that you've wanted that you couldn't find, I think now's the time to start applying. Now, maybe I'm wrong. What do you guys think about that? Do y'all think it's the time to start applying for jobs right now? Or do y'all think that it's still a really competitive market? Because from what I've heard, I'm not applying to jobs, obviously, but what I've been hearing is that right now is the time to get the jobs if you want them, Self-proclaimed idlers is what they're calling them, are fearful of contracting what, but others are refusing to work for bosses who say they do not care about them. Where's the article, man? It shows me the link, but where's the actual article? Here it is. Okay. We're going to kind of skim through this. Apparently, there's a thread called the anti-work movement. They said, quote, usually at best working was pointless, said Ford, 30, and at worst it was degrading, humiliating, and exploitative. Ford is an early pioneer of the, quote, anti-work movement, which encourages followers to work as little as possible in traditional jobs or abandon them altogether for self-employment with the goal of prioritizing leisure time. She's also a moderator of the Reddit anti-work, and it's an internet forum on Reddit, obviously. It's got 180,000 members. From October 2020, it had 180K members. Now it has 1.6 million this month. Americans quit their jobs last year, including 4.5 million jobs were lost in November. That was the highest quit rate since the department began tracking it in 2001. And so, yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about, guys. What do y'all think of all that? And how do y'all think that's going to affect the stock market in general? Yeah, smash that like button. You know you want to. Everybody's doing it. I don't know, man. I'm torn on how I feel about this issue. Like I really am because like okay, like when it comes to working, I think working's great. Obviously, I think it's good for the economy. Like you need to work. But I think at the same time, I think more people are going to be so much better. I think, okay, I think there's a lot of people conditioning people to train or to save money when they're in their 20s and 30s. Like everybody's like save, save, and I think saving money is good, but I think there's a window in there between like 20 to 30 where you should be taking the money you're making and spending that money on trying to build residual income in some way or another. So you should be taking the money you're making and then putting that towards business, building a business up, trying to create some type of residual income because you can save money all you want. And if you stick it into the stock market in large blue chip healthy companies, then it's usually a pretty safe bet. But I also think there's other ways to do it. And I think saving is good, but I think if you're scared to spend the money you're making, and when I say spend, I mean build businesses with it, then you're always going to be working for somebody else, and it's going to be a hard life. As opposed to being able to build businesses with that money, and instead of saving it necessarily, using that money to try to start other businesses and build some type of residual income, I think makes the most sense for me personally. But let me know what you guys think about it. I think it's a good conversation to have. Um, yeah, and that's kind of what I'm realizing. I'm a little bit torn on it. I think especially pre all of this stuff, the job market was really competitive and difficult. And I think that I think there's a ton of ways. This is what I teach my kids. Like what I teach my kids is that there's a million ways to make money online from home without working for somebody else. There truly is. Like there's a million ways to make money without necessarily like having a conventional employment. And what I mean by that is like, dude, like you can start all kind of businesses online. This YouTube business makes six figures that I'm doing right now. This YouTube channel makes over 100K easily every year in gross income and profit. And so it's one of those things where there's a million ways you can make money online. And working for somebody else, while I understand it, I think it takes a specific personality type that wants that stability and that consistency in their life. But I think there's a lot easier ways to make money without needing to stress yourself out and spend 50 hours a week working. Now of course people that have conventional jobs are going to disagree with me there, and understandably so. But I do think it depends on the person. Hey, thank you, Richard. I appreciate you, brother. Hope you're doing good too, man. DWIC to hit 70 plus this week. I don't know, man. I heard that from somebody told me the other day that DWIC was going to hit 65, 70 before the end of the day, and it never ended up doing it. Yesterday was a strong day, though. I mean, it went up to $60. And so yesterday was interesting. I mean, it did some things yesterday, but I think that it's one of those that it's hard to tell. It's a coin flip. It could, but it also might not, you know. I'll put it this way. If I had to start over and say, everything stopped working out for me and my business has failed, I certainly wouldn't go work retail anywhere. I would probably try to find a way to make money online. And I'm sure I'd be able to. And so there's just a lot of the problem though with those markets, like the real true problem there is that there's a million ways to make money online, but there's also there's 2 million scams. There's a million ways to make money legitimately online, but there's probably 2 million fake courses and scams trying to just get you to spend thousands of dollars on publicly available content. And that type of marketing is everywhere. That marketing is everywhere. Buy a course on this drop shipping course. Like most people make money from selling drop shipping courses than they do actually drop shipping. Same thing with like wholesaling houses. Same concept. More people make more money selling courses on how to wholesale houses than they do actually wholesaling houses most of the time. And so there's certain niches in the market where you just got to be really careful not to blow your money. Amazon FBA is one of them too. Amazon FBA can be profitable, but it's a very low margin business that is not incredibly profitable in terms of margins. If you look at a website like flippa.com and you look at people selling Amazon FBA businesses and you look at the margins, a lot of them are spending like 10, 15K to make like 1 or 2K in profit. It's very bad margin business from my experience, but so many people are just kind of buy my Amazon FBA course. You can find good information on all that stuff for free online. But again, that's the hard part. Yeah. Yeah, I feel you. And if y'all want a real way to get a job, like, listen, if you're at home and you don't feel like working for somebody else, you can start a used book business online, on Amazon. Like Amazon FBA, the margins are not that good, but you know what margins really are good is selling used media products on Amazon. You get yourself a barcode scanner and you go to Goodwill and thrift shops, charity thrift shops specifically. You can find books that are 20, 30, 40 cents that you can scan that are worth 30, 40, $50. That is a good margin business. You know, it takes work though. It's not passive, but like if you go do that and you treat it like a job and you just kind of go around from thrift shop to thrift shop and you scan every book they have, you're going to find books worth $50, $100 plus that you're buying for 20, 30, 40, 50 cents sometimes $1, sometimes $2, that you can have a really good margin on those. And that's a way where if you don't like working for somebody else and you just want to work for home, you can do that. There's a lot of good free information on that stuff too. But that's what I mean is that there's a million ways to make money without needing a conventional job. You just gotta, the biggest thing is you just gotta do with the money you make, you need to be responsible with it. You can't go out partying with that money if you're not working for somebody else because you don't have the luxury of like retirement and all that stuff. So there's some cons to it as well, but yeah. Yeah, it's definitely gotten a little saturated. I will say that, this industry. But when it gets saturated, what you do is you start buying wholesale, just truckloads of books. Um, that's what I eventually gravitated into. Is you just buy wholesale truckloads of books, and then that way you don't have to worry about competitors. Like there's unscanned books that people will send you, which just truckloads of books, like 250 plus, that you can just scan, and the same concept, same thing. You just got to buy bulk. Uh, Yeah, I mean, you just got to be careful. JB said, I can't believe you said that. I watched a video of a guy buying stuff from TJ Maxx and reselling it for profit. Yeah, there's a lot of guys out there like Reezy Resales, I think is his name. There's a bunch of them. The problem, though, is that a lot of that retail arbitrage stuff doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is because Amazon is incredibly strict. Like, you can't sell new products like that. Like, you can't go to TJ Maxx and buy brand new shoes and then list them on Amazon as new products. And so you can't do that. Amazon will ban you with the quickness. Like they will ban you incredibly quickly if you try to do that. And so that part's a little bit misleading, where you see people go and buy truckloads of stuff at TJ Maxx and then reselling them on Amazon. They're probably just creating content and getting views on YouTube and then making money that way. Because again, Amazon, you need to have a distribution agreement with the supplier if you're going to sell anything new on Amazon. And so unless you're buying those shoes and then selling them used, you're either lying about having a distribution agreement, which Amazon will eventually catch you and ban you, or you're not making as much as you think. So that's a tricky market as well. That's kind of going back to people selling courses, making more than they are doing what they're actually doing. So it's a tricky market for sure. Yeah, TSRI back over VWAP here. Like I said, I'm just going to wait. We got 15 minutes into the open. I'm just going to patiently wait and then try to find something good once we do. But I'm just going to chill and wait and try to be patient here. Yeah, I've seen and met people myself that buy and sell liquidation pallets. I bought one myself and kept all the items. Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of businesses, man. There really are. There's a ton of businesses you can get involved with that you don't need a conventional job for. Um, I think right now, though, with the work shortage, you're probably going to make money getting a conventional job than trying to start up a business like that. Because those businesses are good and you can make $3,000-4,000 a month doing them, but they're not super scalable. And so if you want real residual income, you need to build your own product outside of Amazon or private label. You can do it on Amazon and private label, but if you want real residual income, you got to create your own product. That's the reality. Yeah, for sure, Joel. Anybody using the gap and go strategy? I mean, what do you mean gap and go? Most gappers actually fail. And so if you look at most pre-market penny stock gappers, about 2/3 of them will fail. If you look at it, here's a good thought experiment. Okay, look at all the gappers in pre-market right now. Look at TSRI. All right, look at SBEV. Right, look at ONE. All right, and these are all the pre-market gappers. Right, after 30 45 minutes after the opening bell, look at all of them and see which ones actually eventually broke pre-market high and which ones didn't. I would say about 2/3 of them, about 65%, is what I back tested it myself, of them eventually end up breaking highs, but most of them will fail. And so, there's some strategies you can get involved with. Just be careful, because most of these penny stock gappers are going to fail. I used to import Japanese cards to Canada. Is that profitable? Is that profitable? Let me know. Yeah, I think the most profitable strategy, if we're really looking at like strategies, like which ones are profitable and which ones aren't, I think the most profitable strategies are strategies of like red to green moves that pull back to the volume weighted average price, right? So if we're looking at, like, let me find an example of it. Maybe AMD is not a good example. I think everything's kind of been dropping. If we look at, like, let's see what we get. I think the most profitable strategy for me personally is when a stock opens up red, breaks over and turns green, and then continues, like this strategy right here. So if we clear this out from Apple, my most profitable strategy is when we get drops at the open, reclaims of the VWAP, and then I buy that pullback right here. And so this little pullback right here, and then looking for a bounce back up, is my most profitable strategy, easily my most profitable strategy, like 100%. And so looking for red to green cup and handle patterns. Now, these are not going to hold. And so if you bet long term, or if you get stuck and you refuse to exit, a large majority of these are not going to continue up. But scalping these moves is really profitable. Like, of course, you can see this one moved up really nicely to 180. Eventually, it fell back below the VWAP and just kind of faded back down. But looking for like reclaims of the VWAP and then buying those pullbacks, historically for me, has been really profitable. That has been my most profitable strategies to date. And it's pretty universal. Like, it works with penny stocks, with large caps, small caps. Like, it's pretty universal. Like, it works pretty consistently throughout every niche of trading. Mostly, not always, but like for me personally, it has. Yeah, that's probably true, Liana. But you know how it is. If we say it, we're gonna have all the people yelling, crying, saying, "You're just jealous, bro." You know. All right, we'll see what TSRI does right here. It's trying pull back to the VWAP. It's gonna pull back to past the VWAP. Oh, you never know, Sinistry. It could, it might not though. I really have no idea whether it's going to or not. But for me personally, I scalp it. So I just look for this little dip. I look for little dips, and then I just buy the rips back up. Hello, you're on stream. Okay. No. Yeah. Get some like regular cheese slices and some regular bread, maybe. Like just like wheat bread, just like regular like sliced wheat bread. Like you buy the fancy weird kind, I know, but I don't want sourdough in every sandwich I eat. All right, well, just whatever. All right, just get some regular cheese slices. Just get like the yellow cheese slices. Yeah. All right, well, here, let me go. I'm working right now. I don't have time to have this conversation. All right, I love you. Bye. Carol, man, terrible timing. At least it's not at the opening bell, I guess. Right, man. Regular cheese, bro. I just want yellow freaking sliced cheese, dude. Carol buys the weirdest cheese, dude. I just want regular cheese, bro. I just want to have a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, okay? That's all I want. I don't want fancy, Gouda, stinky cheese. Like, I don't like that. I just want regular cheese, man. Regular cheese, regular bread. Yeah, it's literally right at the open. Yeah, VWAP is the line in the sand. Yeah, what I use the VWAP for is just to identify sentiment. Like the VWAP here is just telling me the sentiment. If the stock is above the VWAP, it's in an upward bullish sentiment. You can see we pull back where? To that $12 level, we bounce directly off of it. If we break underneath the volume weighted average price, then we are turning into a bearish red sentiment overall. So much demand for Skylines, European models, Porsches, BMWs, etc. Yeah, but what's the profit margin on that like? How much does it cost us? How much does it cost to transfer it? How do you get in contact with the people that are selling it? And like, what's the business like? Like how, like I've met a few people that run import-export businesses, but in vehicles, but like, what's the margins like? Is the margins good? If they're good enough, I'd still do it. I've been looking for other ways to put my money in stuff. And I love cars, specifically tuner cars, especially. So like that sounds like a fun business for me. I used to have fun with tuner cars. I had like a H22 Honda Prelude, like a '97. My friend had a Type R, Integra, GSR. We just had a bunch of tuner cars, VTEC mostly. Gouda, bro, Gouda. Honestly, bacon and Gouda from Starbucks is good. That's what I'll eat. Yeah. Motors are a few hundred and can be sold for upwards of $850. So importing the motors, or what are you talking about? So like importing the motors, or are you talking about they can be bought and sold here for profit? All right, guys, let me know what you're watching the most today. Green or red so far? I'm red this morning in pre-market. Green or red so far today, guys. Let me know. I'm red. We're down $20 or so, something like that. Let me see. No, we're down $22, man. Where did I lose more? I don't know. But we're down $22. Oh, well, it's all good. We were down $22. Let's see if we can come back. Yesterday, we made about 70 something, and so we'll see if we can do it today. We got about 6 minutes. Team, 6 minutes. Red, no trades. Green, probably done for the day. Pre-market has been sucking. Yeah, for sure. I'm not making money in pre-market. Fishing says no trade so far. Probably the right move. Red for Harry. Very small green. Hey, well, green is good, Ahmed. Good to see, bro. SBEV. Yeah, we're looking at SBEV. We'll see what happens here. We're at 168. It's trying. Red. Watching Ford. Yeah, Ford's been kind of crazy. Ford has been, after that EV news, Ford has had a really strong year, man. Who knew? Look at Ford starting off the year at 880s, all the way up to 23s, 24s right now. So Ford has had a very strong year. SBEV up to 170s. Does anybody know how I could buy JP Power stock or Trident stock? Those stocks have been booming. What's the symbol, man? Yeah, I don't know what the symbol is, man. Unless you tell me the symbol, I have no idea. Ford trying to make a move back up. We'll see. Hey, what happened to the car talk, man? I'm trying to figure out that business, bro. Y'all car guys, help me out. What's the business like? You're supposed to tell her to keep what she wants and it will be fine. That helps to keep a happy wife. Oh. All right, so we got TSRI still booming up here. So TSRI is still at 1250s. Yeah, who was the import guy? I know Chris Frazier was one of them. I see you. But where was the other guy? Hey, what's up, Dylan? Thank you, brother. I get to see you here, man. Still waiting on the better internet to get hooked up at the new spot. Stopping in to hit that like button and to wish the team a good day. Best all. Hey, you as well, bro. Oh, there it goes. Cryptological. What's the call-in number? That was him. Cryptological was him. I have a friend that buys wrecked vehicles, and all he does is get them to where they run and put them in containers and sells them overseas. Yeah, but isn't that a shady business, though? You know? All right, guys. So, aren't you kind of ripping people off, though, if you're selling them overseas, broken down vehicles? You know? I'll just say I'm gonna be Googling stuff. Especially right now with the increase in cars. Yeah, I wouldn't mind importing like a Skyline and selling it, but the problem is, isn't it incredibly expensive to like import stuff right now? We bought a new car recently and it was incredibly expensive, way more than it normally would have been. Yeah, Tanville. Hey, well, message me, Cryptological. Message me, beginnertrading@gmail.com. We'll talk about it. I just want to know more about it. Bank of America. What's the symbol for BOA? Look at it. TSRI still flying up here. Still flying up. All right, guys. Here's the opening bell. Bank of America is what? BAC, right? Yeah. BAC up there to 49s. TSRI up there to 1330s. All right, guys. Here's the opening bell. Good luck, team. Hit the like and subscribe button if you haven't already. We do this live for free every single day right here on YouTube. So if you haven't already, hit the like and subscribe button. I certainly appreciate it. Here's the opening bell right now. So good luck. Let's try to make some money today, guys. Hopefully we can. All right, there's the opening bell. All right, so here's the open. All right, TSRI, rip it up there to 1340s. Big rejection. People dumping down, taking profit on this now, probably. Bank of America rejecting heavy here. Let's look at the SPY itself now. SPY is down. Ford is down. A lot of stuff just dropping. Powell's supposed to speak in 30 minutes too. So we'll see what happens. But Powell's supposed to speak in 30. Bank of America dropping. Ford dropping. I hope you all do as well, or do well today too. Here's TSRI. So TSRI at 1310s now. SPY still dropping, tanking down here. All right, Ford's still tanking down here. I do see PETZ, PETZ rip up here. Here's PETZ. Pets is up there to 82s, 83s. Ford and the SPY itself tanking down here. Rally, RELI. Look at ACCD, guys. Look at ACCD. ACCD's heading up. It's at 2307s, 24s. Or 23s, I mean. Rally just rejected hard. All right, we are in shorting Apple here. We're up a little bit quickly here. Just looking for a rejection here on Apple. We're in with 50 shares. Oh, dude, every time I do this, man, every time I forget to switch this, there we go. All right, maybe it worked a little bit better for me. Apple, we're going to short a little bit more into Apple here. Hopefully we get a rejection down. There we go. 74, 70s. Cover a little bit more into this. 25 shares left. We're just going to see if we get a broader breakdown here in Apple with the market dropping. There we go. This is what we wanted. There we go. All right, so we're out. We made about $10. See what else we can find here. TSLI is consolidating at 13s. We still have PETZ. Big pullback here. RELI back all the way up to 820s. All right, we just covered a little bit more on Apple here. So the two trades we've gotten into after the opening bell are green. ACCD pulling back some. We might buy a little bit of this dip. Still watching TSRI to see what happens here. I don't know what kind of size we want to take with this. We might short a little bit more into Apple here on this pop. 25 shares. A big pop back up though. Covered. Made a little bit there. Gonna short a little bit more into this. Maybe add some. Cover. All right, so we're almost break even on the day, just shorting into Apple. All right, so the market drops. We're gonna short some more, maybe add some if it gets back up here, anticipating a hopeful rejection at the top up here. That's the plan at least, is if we move up, we're gonna add some. The SPY is dropping down, so that should influence some of these maybe. Look at it, Rally here. Rally's still moving up. We're gonna buy some of this now. All right, we're in 10 shares. We're gonna short a little bit more, 50 shares now into Apple. Covered. Still in ACCD. Got ourselves back to close to break even now. Watching Apple, we might short back up here. All right, we're gonna short a little bit more, 25 shares. We're gonna cover this one. Gotta be careful here. This might start to squeeze up now. Yeah, we got squeezed out. Unfortunately, Apple's starting to head back up. All right, so TSRI got a spike and then a big rejection back down. Look at TSRI. We'll see how the market reacts to the Powell speech. We're shorting currently in the futures market. Powell speech is supposed to be in a few minutes. So we're red now, but we should be edging towards green here if the SPY continues to fall. Nice. All right, so we just covered. So we're up 75 in futures. Apple started to reject. TSRI rejecting too here. I'm going to wait now for a correction here. What are all the gappers in pre-market? What were they? SBEV? Flying up here. We might buy this pullback now. 50 shares for SBEV. We're going to see if we can bounce up here. But SBEV's flying. I'm going to buy it down to 70s. See if we get a bounce right here. We're at 100 shares now. We're going to short back into Apple right here too. 50 shares for Apple currently. We'll cover a little bit more into this for Apple. Still waiting at 175 for a bounce here for SBEV. Nice. Cover a little bit more. We get a much broader breakdown for Apple here, which is good. Cover into that. DWAC starting to push back up here. Look at DWAC. Let's try it. All right, we're back up for SBEV. SPY trying to come back up. Market breaking down. 50 shares of Apple currently. Rally still moving up. SBEV's trying. All right, we're gonna cover a little bit more into Apple. You see how we correlate the market dropping with Apple dropping? So when we see the market do this, we're saying, okay, well, we can short into this pretty quickly. Currently green on the day, small. Cover a little bit into SBEV. Still breaking down. We'll hold 25 shares left of that. And this big drop in Apple here. And you can kind of see it happen when the SPY dropped too. We're going to short back into this if it pops back up like right here. We need the pop up there first though. ACCD kind of looks good. We're going to buy this. 10 shares. All right, there's the pop. We'll keep adding to it a little bit here. Nice. Firm breakdown. We're going to cover into that. We're going to sell into this pop. We're still riding this up, so we'll hold this, I guess. All right, we're up about 20 on the day. We basically came back. We were down 20 pre-open, and then And then we made it back once the open happened, which has generally been the pattern lately. All right, here goes Apple dropping. Glad I got out of ACCD. Still holding this. I guess we'll cover it. Maybe add someone a pullback or something like that. At least that's the plan. What's AMC doing? Is AMC running? AMC's up, you know. All right, we shorted a little bit more of Apple. We'll see what happens. Cover it pretty soon too if it breaks over 171.50. Nice. All right, it's struggling too much to break these lows. It might come back down. I don't know. Let's see. All right, we're just gonna get out there and regroup. Hey, later, B, or later, Joel. Short into this a little bit more here and see how this goes. Might not work. AMC pulling back some. Maybe we can buy some of that dip. DWIC still rip it up. We're gonna cover back into this for Apple. All right, so Apple's still breaking down. I see Relly still making a move. Look at ACCD trying to come back up. AMC pulling back to the previous closing price. We might buy a little bit of AMC here. Like I said, we're up about 20 on the day. 50 on AMC now. Add a little bit more to Apple here. See if we get a quick little rejection flush. Cover a little bit more in there. Trying to give AMC a moment here to really work, but it's taking so long. All right, there's a little rejection flush from Apple. Cover. All right, back to green on AMC. Let's see if it rips. We'll hold it. Watching the SPY here, so I'm gonna wait. I think we're due for a correction in the SPY, like a bounce back over 460. So I'm gonna wait, maybe short back into a pop up here or something. All right, so here's the pop, good enough for Apple here. We're gonna start to load into a 20 share position. short a little bit more just to get fully 25. There's AMC. Nice. We're going to cover a little bit into that pop. Nice. We'll get back in AMC if it looks good. Still watching Apple. All right, currently up 137 in the futures market here. Getting ready to cut this Apple trade if it can't reject here. If it breaks over this, we're just getting out. There we go. We're back in the green. Cover into this. So we've been pretty accurate after the opening bell. I don't know if we've lost yet since the open. Maybe we have, but I don't remember losing. Cover into that. So yeah, we are currently up over 30 now, which isn't bad. Powell speech is in about 12 minutes. So yeah, this is the P&L right now. So we'll see what we get. AMC dipping down a little bit. We're up $31, so pretty small, but we were down 20 heading into the opening bell, so we're not doing too bad. NTRB news. No volume for NTRB, unfortunately. I see the rip up, but the volume's very light. AMC pulling back down to that 2280 level. So we're just kind of hanging out right now. Market got a big dump on us, so we're looking at other stuff here. Let's short a little bit more into the Apple. Big rebound here. We're not going to hold this very long. We're just going to see if this is a quick cover bounce. I'm going to cover there. I know I just lost a few bucks. That's the first few dollars I think I remember losing. I think the SPY is going to bounce a little bit right here. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going to get out anyway. What about Baba? Baba, I'm a little bit hesitant to hold. Like if we look at Baba, it's just unstable, man. That's the problem. Yeah, we took a little bit of Apple. It looks like I'm about to lose in it. We're still in it, but I'm probably going to cover this pretty soon. AMC ripped. We're in with 50 shares here. I don't want to risk too much, so we're not going to. I see the SPY starting to rebound here, so I don't want to get stuck in that. Yeah, SPY starting to rebound. We want to delete that. Yeah. All right, so maybe we got faked out, but the SPY starting to rebound, so I didn't want to get stuck in that. We got Baba here. Baba is at 130, so maybe that pullback works. I don't know. AMC flew up there, over 23s though, so that's great. Market's starting to rebound. And this was the rebound I was worried about, if you guys remember me talking about it. This is a big rebound here. So we'll see. AMC dipping down a little bit too. Looks pretty enticing as well to buy this little dip right here. Or buy 25 shares. Up a little bit. Baba bouncing. Watching the SPY too here. ACCD still ripping up pretty nicely here. Here's ACCD. It bounced really nicely there. All right, so we made most of our money back with AMD. We're still riding this up. We're green in AMC here as well. Cover into that strength, or not AMD, Apple is what I meant. Trying to be patient with Apple. I don't know. I'm not going to hold it much past the previous high level up here, but I can let it try to drop and correct under 170, 150 here. This is what I want to see it break under. If it can, great. There we go. Nice. And then we'll cover. All right, so that worked. Yeah, we're up about 35 on the day. Not bad when we had a $20 deficit. Yeah, you can also do the same thing I'm doing with futures. So if you guys want to trade like this, and you guys see me trade, you can do the same thing in the futures market. Top Step funds traders in futures. So they give you a demo. If you can hit their target while following their rules, then they fund you. You can see just in the futures market, I'm up $137. And this is Top Step right here. I can buy market, sell market, buy bid, sell the ask, do all that good stuff. There's no PDT rule in futures. I can day trade as much as I want. I can short as much as I want. And Top Step funds traders in futures. So they give you a demo. If you can hit their target while following their rules, then they fund you the same amount. Base one's $50K in funding. If you pass it, you get $50K with an 80% profit split. They have ones all the way up to over 100, regulated, located in the US, and they pay out millions every year. They fund thousands of traders. So if you want to check them out, here's the link. Honestly, a good option if you don't have as much money as me. Really good option because, again, they fund traders and futures. So here's the link if you want to check it out. All right, so we have Powell about to speak right now. And so I'm going to halt trading. I'm going to cease trading right now. So, yeah. All right, so here we're going to listen to the Powell speech here live. So yeah, get ready, guys. We got about 4 minutes into the Powell speech, so we're going to listen to that live here. Where do you watch the Powell speech? All right, so it's testimony here. All right. All right, so the video hasn't started yet. It says that this is going to be from the Committee of Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. They're going to meet in open session hybrid format to conduct a hearing on the following nomination: the Honorable Jerome Powell of Maryland to be chairman of the Board of the Governments of the Federal Reserve System, pursuant to the guidance of the CDC and AOP. Senate office buildings are not open to the public other than official business and credentialed press at the time. Accordingly, in-person visitors can be accommodated at this briefing. We encourage the public to utilize the committee's live stream of the hearing available at this website. All right, well, where are you at? Oh, here it is. All right. All right, so we're still waiting here, guys. Yeah, we're gonna put it live on the stream. I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to. So, market's popping up a little bit. AMC still ripping up to 23s. All right, guys, we got about a minute left until the meeting starts. All right, we got here goes 9 a.m. Baba's ripping up here. Market's pulling back a little bit. Like I said, we're green on the day, but we're still waiting. All right, so Apple pulling back, AMC dipping down. The SPY is waiting. Everything's kind of quiet. We're waiting for Powell to speak here, guys. So, we'll see what happens. NAKD. All right, we're still waiting on the hearing. Let me know if you guys get it started for you. The puppies are good. We got rid of the ferrets, Jessica. So we got rid of the ferrets so we could get the puppy. And puppy's doing good. All right, we're still waiting. Let me know if you guys get it started. I haven't had anything show up yet in terms of Powell testimony here. All right, well, let me see what else we can find. Yeah, they're still waiting. Everybody's still waiting. I guess he's running a little bit late. Let's get a few different people here. All right, guys. So yeah, we got NAKD starting to rip.
Housing and Urban Affairs will come to order. Urban Affairs will come to order.
All right.
This hearing.
We are live.
This hearing will be in the hybrid format, as we've done many times. The witnesses in person. The senators can go either way, and my Senate colleagues will be done by seniority, whether you're here or whether you're remote at the gavel. So thank you all for joining us. Yearning for a return to normalcy, millions of American voters elected Joe Biden president of the United States more than a year ago. The American people were exhausted by the divisive rhetoric at neighborhood functions, at church gatherings, and family dinners. They wanted someone who would bring this country together based on our shared values, like the dignity of work. They wanted an economy that works for everyone, not just wealthy elites. That is what we're delivering. Think of where this country was a year ago.
This is the Powell speech, guys.
Terrorists
the Powell speech.
Breached this building a year and a week ago and assaulted our democracy. 4 million more people were out of a job. The hope of vaccines for everyone was just that, a hope. Today, we have made much progress. We have a president committed to democracy, willing to stand in the breach, as he put it last week. Vaccines and booster shots have dramatically lowered the risk for most people, allowed Americans to go back to work and our children to go back to school safely. We added 6.4 million jobs last year, 6.4 million jobs, the most since 1939. The nomination we consider today represents another step in President Biden's efforts to rebuild our economy. The president is putting results over partisanship.
Right, so let's see how the market reacts to all this, guys.
Renominating the Federal Reserve chair of the other political party. Jerome Powell served as chair of the Federal Reserve since 2018. He joined the Fed in 2012. He served the country before that in a number of different roles: Undersecretary for Finance at the Treasury Department during the George H.W. Bush administration. As chair, together with President Biden, he helped us deliver historic economic progress. We passed the American Rescue Plan, putting shots in arms and money in pockets. The unemployment rate dropped to 3.9%, down from 6.7% when President Biden raised his right hand. In December alone, we added 800,000 jobs, more than doubling economists' expectations. The economy's regained 84% of the jobs we lost since the pandemic hit 2 years ago. And for some of my colleagues who like to measure the strength of the economy only by the stock market, it was up 20% at the end of 2021. Yet last year hit record highs 70 different times. We passed an historic jobs bill, the bipartisan infrastructure package, a goal that presidents of both parties, failed to reach. Chair Powell, along with Vice Chair nominee Lael Brainerd, whom we'll hear from later this week, led the Federal Reserve's unprecedented actions.
Let me know what you guys think the market is going to do
global pandemic.
Following all
to
of
his
this.
credit, Chair Powell recognized the importance of full employment and what that means for all workers, particularly those at the margins of our economy. He held firm against attempts to politicize the Fed and prevented an economic downturn from becoming far, far worse. He understands the best way to bounce back from
Should
this
we buy
crisis
the
is to
dip?
get the coronavirus under control
Should we
with
buy this dip
vaccines.
here? I wonder if we
Today,
should
we're
buy
at a
this
critical
dip.
moment. For the first time in decades, workers are finally starting to get a little bit more bargaining power. Wages are growing faster than inflation, faster than we've seen in over a decade. Americans are leaving jobs that didn't work for them and their families. They're finding better ones, often with higher paychecks. Corporations call this, quote, a labor shortage. To me, it looks like the free labor market at work at its best.
Let me know how you think the market's going to react to this.
We've seen severe supply chain disruptions caused by the pandemic because for decades, corporations put short-term profits over long-term resilience, lobbying this body for what turned out to be bad trade agreements and bad tax policy. The fragile supply chains stretching all over the globe are not easily fixed. These disruptions, along with corporate opportunism, are raising the cost of many consumer goods. That adds to the costs that have been growing more unaffordable for decades, from childcare to prescription drugs to housing. While paychecks are starting to go up, wages are still far from keeping up with corporate profits. We've only just begun the work of empowering American workers in reorienting our economy from Wall Street to Main Street. Some are suggesting, though, that the Fed pull back on the support of the broader economy and make it harder for people to get jobs. That's generally what happens. Economist lingo tends to mask what we're really talking about when it comes to the Fed's work. So let's be clear. President Biden put it pretty well last week. Taking the example of the price of cars, he said we have two options. We can increase the supply of cars by making more of them, or we can reduce demand for cars by making Americans poorer. That's the choice we face. When people talk about cooling off the economy, what they really mean is making it harder for people to find jobs and stopping paychecks from growing.
So just to give you guys a little tip,
the cooling off
this is the
never
SPY right
seems to
here. This is
extend to
the
corporate
mini
profits
S&P
for executives'
500.
pay.
This is the
The Fed must
TQQ.
not allow
And up here, I'm
only
going to put
Wall Street to recover
the S&P
while working
500.
Americans are left behind. We've seen that story unfold far, far too
Here's
many
the
times
S&P
before.
500 right here.
Today,
so
banks
so you guys
are quietly
can see how the market
celebrating one of their
reacts.
most profitable years ever with huge bonuses and payouts. The Fed must do more to stop consolidation in the banking industry from hurting consumers and small businesses. It must encourage more lending to Main Street and crack down on stock buybacks and risky bets at the biggest banks. And the Fed needs to take seriously the systemic risks that threaten our economic progress, like cryptocurrencies and stablecoins, and most importantly, climate change. Chair Powell has shown he understands, in his words, profound challenges for the global economy and financial system, unquote. If confirmed, we expect him to take what he's promised will be bold steps to tackle these risks. Chair Powell, Vice Chair nominee Brainerd have also begun important work.
I wonder how Bitcoin's going to react to that.
And the OCC to update the Community Reinvestment Act. Regulations completing that update is essential to increase bank service to and investment in all the communities that have been left on their own for too long. We also expect reform inside the Federal Reserve System. It means increasing diversity at the Fed so the people making decisions for our economy actually reflect the workers who power that economy. It's something the Fed's entire history has been, frankly, shameful about. As Chair Powell said, if entrenched inequities
currently markets pulling back to the VWAP, we'll see how it reacts.
Our labor markets, not only will they be held back from opportunities, but our economy overall will not realize its potential. Good words from the chair on that. Many of us have appreciated those words, but now we expect action. In all of this work, the American people must be able to trust that the Federal Reserve works for them, that officials aren't abusing their positions for personal gain. Recent revelations about the Fed's ethics scandal have confirmed a lot of people's worst suspicions about government officials. As chair of the Fed, Mr. Powell has a responsibility to restore that trust. The Fed plays a central role in how we want our economy to work. We can't have a Fed that returns to business as usual because, frankly, that just didn't work for most Americans. Chair Powell, President Biden nominated you to grow the economy for all Americans, not just those at the top, and to protect that growth from threats to our financial system like risky Wall Street schemes and crypto bubbles and increasing climate disasters. We expect you to meet these challenges. I believe you've shown the leadership to do so. we will be watching closely.
All right, so let's see how the market reacts to all
Thank you,
this
Mr.
here.
Chairman. Chairman Powell,
All right,
congratulations.
so you can see
on
the
your
market right here. The
re-nomination.
market's
As I
currently
have said,
slightly
I intend
up
to
in the
vote
last
favor
5
of
to 10
extending
minutes.
your chairmanship. Let me brief.
Market's kind of slightly up in the last 10 minutes. We're just going to see how the market reacts to all of this. Okay, so currently we have TQQQ up there to 145s. We've got the SPY up there to 464s. We've got the S&P 500 at about 4650s, 4660s currently right now. And we'll see how the market reacts to the rest of this hearing. So let's see.
Second, when the pandemic hit nearly 2 years ago and governments worldwide began to shut down their economies, credit markets seized up and the economy teetered on the brink of collapse. But with Congress's help, Chairman Powell acted swiftly and appropriately to stabilize the financial markets and the economy. And to his critics who claimed that the regulatory reforms that he spearheaded would hasten the collapse of the banking system, we now know that's clearly empirically false. After the pandemic caused the economy to nearly collapse, our country emerged with the most well-capitalized banks in history. It was and still is abundantly clear that those regulatory reforms did not come at the expense of financial stability. Of course, none of the Fed's pandemic actions came without a cost. This negative real interest rate environment continues to distort markets, risk asset bubbles, and punish savers. And the Fed has dramatically expanded its balance sheet with trillions of dollars in government.
Let me know if y'all like me live streaming the actual
a lot of
hearing.
debt
So you can watch how the markets react.
Government spending. For the past 18 months, I cautioned that the Fed was fighting the last war, a mystery pathogen that led governments to collectively shut down the global economy when in fact a new enemy had arrived, and that was inflation. I'm relieved the Fed has acknowledged inflation is running well above and longer than its initial projections. In response, the Fed has accelerated the termination of its bond buying program, and FOMC participants appear to be accelerating the process to normalize interest rates. These are welcome developments. But I do remain concerned with the Fed's actions going forward. First, I worry that the Fed's extraordinary response to the crisis,
Bitcoin up to 42,000 basically, almost 42,000.
We're more than a year into a record economic expansion with unemployment at near all-time lows, and yet the Fed is still today buying government and agency securities. Having continued QE throughout the recovery was, in my view, a mistake. It's contributed to asset bubbles, distorted markets, and a suboptimal allocation of capital, credit, and resources, all of which ultimately lead to lower economic growth. Second, I worry that the Fed's new monetary policy framework has contributed to the Fed being behind the curve, as we're seeing inflation running at a 39-year high. Under this new framework, the Fed intentionally tolerates above-target inflation for an indeterminate period of time. Under the old approach, the Fed may have acted last April when we first passed a 4% inflation rate. We haven't seen that in some time. Beyond monetary policy, I'm deeply concerned to see the Fed, especially at the regional banks, wade into politically charged areas like global warming and so-called racial justice. Regional banks have hosted multiple symposia on these issues that consistently embrace and advance a particular liberal political agenda. And the Fed itself joined the network of central banks and supervisors for greening the financial system. The network's stated aim is to use financial regulation
bullish or
to,
bearish on the
quote,
market currently?
Mobilize mainstream finance to support the transition toward a sustainable economy, end quote. In other words, to direct credit away from the fossil fuel sector.
Yeah, 100%.
The troubling politicization of the Fed puts its independence and effectiveness at risk. The Fed has been granted operational independence to protect monetary policy from short-sighted political interests. And in turn, the Fed has operated largely apolitically to great effect.
I think it's good to see the market
here. The Fed is
I think it's good to see how the market reacts to this news, though. That's the reason I'm live streaming this, is so that people can see how the market will react to this. And so that's what I really want people to understand, is that this influences the market massively, and not just the SPY, but every large cap stock is going to be affected.
From the political branches of government that are actually responsible for those topics. The Fed does not have a mandate to advance politically charged causes that are irrelevant to its mandate, like global warming or advancing so-called racial justice. And to make matters worse, when I've sought to understand these developments at the regional banks, I've been met with unacceptable noncompliance with reasonable requests. So let me be clear, if this politicization continues unchecked, it will not end well for the Fed or for independently driven monetary policy. As the Fed's leader, I hope you take this seriously and rein it in to protect the Fed's legitimacy and independence. I've
Thank you,
observed
Sub
the
Hass.
Fed has had the good sense to
Thank you.
adjust its behavior as the facts and circumstances regarding inflation have come in differently than were expected. Unfortunately, we've seen no such humility or
Thank you.
recognition of reality from the Biden administration or our Democratic colleagues. They appear set on making the inflationary problem worse, further causing declines in real wages, with more reckless spending that gooses demand and regulatory and protectionist policies that limit supply, that in combination ultimately push prices for basic goods higher. The crisis we face now is inflation, complicated by policymakers who unwisely behave as if it's still March of 2020. The Fed cannot correct for policy failures like school closures and government-induced business shutdowns or misguided expansions of the welfare state, nor should it try. Chairman Powell, the role of the Fed chairman is crucial for our shared economic prosperity. I was encouraged to see your renomination, and I hope that you will do everything in your power to ensure that the Fed operates within its limited mandate to effectively support the American economy.
All right,
Thank
so
you, Senator Toomey. Chair Powell, please rise.
market just recently bounced all the way up to 464. I think this is when Jerome is going to come on.
Raise
I
your right hand,
believe.
please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
All right, so here we go. This is the big testimony, guys.
You
This
got
is the
it.
big testimony. This is Jerome Powell getting sworn in,
You
and this
agree
is the big.
to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of the United States Senate.
We'll see how the market reacts.
Thank you. Please be seated. Chair Powell, we welcome you to the committee. If you'd like to introduce family or friends, feel free. Please begin your testimony. Thank
All
you.
right, here we go. So let's see how the market reacts. It's working. There you go.
Is this on? Yes, thank you. I didn't bring any family or friends here today in light of the limited seating circumstances, but I will mention them in my testimony. Thank you. Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, and other members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'd like to thank President Biden for nominating me to serve a second term as chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. I would also like to thank my colleagues throughout the Federal Reserve System for their dedication, perseverance, and tireless work on behalf of the American people. Their commitment and expertise were essential to the Fed's response to the COVID-19 crisis and remain vital to the implementation of monetary policy as our economy continues to progress. Particular thanks go to my wife, Alyssa Leonard, and our 3 children, Susie, Lucy, and
All right,
Sam.
so currently no real
Their love
reaction in
and
the
support
last
make
15
possible
minutes,
everything I
basically
do.
sideways with all these
My
different
5
charts.
siblings are all watching, or will later claim to have watched. And we are thinking of each other and of our parents today with love and gratitude. 4 years ago, when I sat before this committee, few could have predicted the great challenges that would soon become ours to meet. On the eve of the pandemic, the U.S. economy was enjoying its 11th year of expansion, the longest on record. Unemployment was at 50-year lows, and the economic benefits were reaching those most on the margins. No obvious financial or economic imbalances threatened the ongoing expansion. But this attractive picture turned virtually overnight as the virus swept across the globe. The initial contraction was the fastest and deepest on record, but the pain could have been much worse. As the pandemic arrived, our immediate challenge was to stave off a full-scale depression, which would require swift and strong policy actions from across government.
Yeah, it's a crazy market, man. It's
Congress
been a crazy
provided by far
few
the
years.
fastest and largest response to any post-war economic downturn. At the Fed, we used the full range of policy tools at our disposal. We moved quickly to restore vital flows of credit to households, communities, and businesses, and to stabilize the financial system. These collective policy actions, the development and availability of vaccines, and American resilience worked in concert, first to cushion the pandemic's economic blows, and then to spark a historically strong recovery.
All right, so let's see how the
Today,
market
the
reacts
economy
here.
is expanding at its fastest pace in many years, and the labor market is again strong. As always, challenges remain. Both the individual shutdown and the subsequent reopening of the economy were without precedent. The economy has rapidly gained strength despite the ongoing pandemic, giving rise to persistent supply and demand imbalances and bottlenecks, and to elevated inflation. We know that high inflation exacts a toll, particularly for those less able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are strongly committed to achieving our statutory goals of maximum employment and price stability. We will use our tools to support the economy and a strong labor market and to prevent higher inflation from becoming entrenched.
That should
We
be a
can begin
bullish
to
thing.
see
We'll
that
see if
the
the market reacts
post-pandemic
positively.
economy is likely to be different in some respects, and the pursuit of our goals will need to take those differences into account. To that end, monetary policy must take a broad and forward-looking view, keeping pace with an ever-evolving economy. Over the past 4 years, my colleagues and I have continued the work of our predecessors to ensure a strong and resilient financial system. We increased capital and liquidity requirements for the largest banks, and currently capital and liquidity levels at our largest, most systemically important banks are at multi-decade highs. We worked to improve the public's access to instant payments, intensified our focus and supervisory efforts on evolving threats such as climate change and cyber attacks, and expanded our analysis and monitoring of financial stability. We will remain vigilant about new and emerging threats. We also updated our monetary policy framework, drawing on insights from people and communities across the country to reflect the challenges of conducting policy in an era of persistently low interest rates. Congress has assigned the Federal Reserve important goals and has given us considerable independence in using our tools to achieve them. In our democratic system, that independence comes with responsibility of transparency and clear communication to keep the public informed and enable effective legislative oversight. That duty takes on even greater significance when the Fed must take extraordinary actions in times of crisis. In order to facilitate that transparency and to earn your trust and that of the American people, I have made it a priority to meet regularly and frequently with you and your elected colleagues, and I commit to continuing that practice if I'm confirmed to another term.
All right, so we'll see how the
The
market
Federal Reserve
reacts.
works for all Americans.
Still waiting.
We know our decisions matter to every person, family, business, and community across the country. I am committed to making those decisions with objectivity, integrity, and impartiality, based on the best available evidence and in the longstanding tradition of monetary policy independence. That pledge lies at the heart of the Fed's mission and is one we all make when we answer the call to public service. I make it here again with force and without reservation. Everything we do at the Federal Reserve is in pursuit of the goals set for us by Congress. I'm honored to have worked in service to those ends since I joined the Fed in 2012 and as chair for the past 4 years. Thank you. I look forward to your.
All right, so that's it. Let's see how the market reacts to it, guys.
Many working Americans are concerned about rising prices, and I think President Biden's decision to renominate you to a second term as chair shows he's confident you'll continue to lead our economy through this ongoing crisis.
Or
in November, you indicated that
market's
the rise
dropping,
of
if that's
the
all they're saying. So
Omicron
here's the market
variant,
reacting.
586,000 new cases daily over the last week, that the rise of the Omicron variant posed significant risks to employment and economic activity. Do you agree that higher prices are related to the supply and demand imbalances that can be traced directly back to the pandemic and the reopening of the economy?
We'll see how this
Yes,
affects
I
the
do.
market.
For the most part, if you look back, and you can trace to developments, including strong demand and also supply constraints.
Thank you. Last year, FSOC released its report on climate-related financial risk, which describes how climate change is a threat to our financial stability. In the past, you've said, your words, climate change is an emerging risk to financial institutions, the financial system, and the economy, end quote. Will Chair Powell, the Fed follow the FSOC report's recommendations, including implementing climate stress tests for the biggest banks?
We are looking at climate stress tests. I think it's very likely that climate stress scenarios, as we like to call them, will be a key tool going forward. I would stress that those are very different from the regular stress tests, which affect capital. Climate stress scenarios at this stage are really about assuring that the large financial institutions understand all of the risks that they're taking, including the risks that may be inherent in their business model.
So the market's dropping.
Climate change over time.
Market dropped, is bouncing
Will
back
you
up
make
a
this a
little bit
top
right now.
priority if confirmed to another term?
Yes, it will be. I would say within supervision, as I mentioned, that is likely to be a very important priority over the coming years.
the
market's holding.
position of vice chair of supervision, but also yours.
Yes.
It's the Fed's responsibility, as you know, to promote financial stability. It means we need strong financial safeguards in place to protect American workers and families from risks in our financial system. It's all that. Chair Powell, recently the Fed has refocused its full employment objectives to make sure it includes workers of all backgrounds. Do you agree that when all workers, including women, including Black and brown workers, are able to fully participate in the workforce, that our economy grows? And do you think it's important for the Fed to understand and proactively
heading up.
address racial and gender disparities in wealth and income and employment in our country?
So what we saw at the end of the last longest in our history expansion was that as the labor market tightened, the benefits began to go more broadly to those at the lower end of the income spectrum and to groups that have been more marginalized from an economic standpoint. And that was seen, I think, very broadly as a highly desirable set of outcomes. So our tools do not generally have direct distributional effects, but I do think that we see now the great benefits that a strong labor market can bring to, right across the whole population and for the whole economy.
All right, so I'm taking a small position on the
But you
SPY
are
right now.
suggesting from your answer that only when there is strong demand for labor do people who are more on the margins of society, people of color, women, people who have not done as well, only then will they benefit? Does the Fed have responsibility beyond that?
Well, of course, we have responsibilities in bank supervision and community affairs and fair lending and things like that. But just focusing on monetary policy, our principal tool is interest rates, and they affect demand over time. And I do think the main thing that we can do is to make sure that, consistent with the inflation side of our mandate, that we do foster a strong employment market.
Seems bullish to me. I'm buying a little bit of the SPY just to
Is
see
part
if
of
I
that
get an upward movement.
a more diverse workforce at the Fed?
So as you know, we work very hard to achieve diversity, and as all major American institutions, public and private, do these days, we certainly do. And we think that having a diverse workforce it makes us better at doing our jobs, and so it's an
Bullish
important
or bearish,
focus
guys?
and a high
Bullish or
priority.
bearish?
Okay, thank you. Senator Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, we all noted with great interest the shift in the Fed's focus, the acceleration of the tapering, and
don't know if I
the
want to hold a
indication
position
that
as he
FOMC members expect now a series of interest
work
rate
it out.
increases this year. I'm trying to understand where this leads to, and I wonder if you could comment on the fact that if we had 3 or even 4 25 basis point increases in overnight rates, we would still, in my view, have a very accommodative stance with negative real short-term rates. Is it your view that it's realistic to bring inflation back to the target level if short-term interest rates are negative?
This will be important.
Real
We'll see how the
rates.
market reacts.
So the way I would look at it is this. What we have now is a mismatch between demand and supply. We have very strong demand in areas where supply is constrained, particularly around goods, particularly around things like cars. So we have to, how are those two things going to get into better into alignment? Well, part of the answer is going to be through shifts in demand, and we think that part of it will be through the return of greater supply. So I don't think we look to
There's
get
a rip
all
in the
of
market. Look at the market rip.
realignment between demand and supply through the demand channel,
We're
although we
scalping
should
Apple
get some.
right now.
But at the same time, we do think we'll get over the course of this year return to normal supply conditions, and that's going to affect our policy. I will say though, if we see inflation persisting at high levels longer than expected, then we will, if we have to raise interest rates more over time, we will. We will use our tools to get inflation back. And the main reason is this, that to get the kind of very strong labor market we want with high participation, it's going to take a long expansion. We can see that participation is moving only very slowly. And to get a long expansion, we're going to need price stability. Right. And so in a way, high inflation is a severe threat to the achievement of maximum employment and to achieving a
Market's
long
dropping
expansion that can give us that.
pretty heavily. Look at this drop.
I think that's a very important point. Let me also just ask you, as I mentioned, I understood the need for quantitative easing, the extraordinary measures that we're taking during the crisis. But I worry that the Fed's decision to continue to use these policies well after the crisis had passed, and in fact, we're in the midst of a strong recovery, increases the risk of normalizing behavior like this bond buying. So I think it's your view that it's important that this not become normal routine part of Fed behavior. But could you clarify that? And if it is important that this not become a routine matter, how do we ensure that it doesn't?
Yep.
So I guess I would start
That
by
tanked
saying
the
that
market. Look at
the
the big
last
drop.
two downturns there's been nothing normal about them. They've been two historically large downturns, one being the global financial crisis and one being the pandemic. And we were called to invent new tools and use all of our tools. If we had a regular way recession, a couple of quarters of negative growth, a typical recession, then the question would be, what do we need to do? And so in this era of very low interest rates, there's not going to be as much room to cut, but that would be the first thing that we would do. Now, just because we have been and probably remain in an era of very low interest rates, we would have to look at asset purchases as the next tool in line, but I don't think we'd automatically use it unless it was necessary.
All right, so that's a bullish sign.
I would certainly
Saying we
hope
won't
it
have to
wouldn't
use it if
automatically
necessary.
use it. I would hope that there would be a very, very high threshold to get over, especially when you consider the ways in which it distorts the allocation of capital.
Yeah, and those are bullish. Those are bullish.
As I mentioned in my
that's
opening
bullish
remarks,
words.
one of the things I'm very concerned about is especially the regional banks having strayed from the Fed's statutory mission on monetary policy into inappropriate and overtly political advocacy. Just one of many, many examples. The Boston Fed conducted a virtual event as part of its racism and the
I don't think this
economy
will affect the
series,
market much.
in which the speakers routinely and adamantly called for defunding the police. Just nothing to do with the Fed's mandate. For 7 months now, I've been asking for information from several regional banks about their political activism. And for 7 months, they have simply refused to comply with my request. So I've requested some documentation from the main Fed with respect to this activity, all of which, by the way, is subject to FOIA in any case. Now, I'm sure it's not your opinion that the ranking member of the Senate Banking Committee is entitled to less information than a member of the general public would get through a FOIA request. So can you commit to
Market
getting
dropping.
me the
Look at the market
information
drop.
that is now long overdue?
It's at 463s
I
here.
am aware that you have submitted a FOIA request and we're processing it now. And I don't know what's asked for. I don't know whether it's actually covered by FOIA, but to the extent that it is, you'll of course get it.
I think it's very important that this committee and Congress understand how the Fed reaches decisions to engage in political advocacy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so we'll see how that affects the market. The market
Reid
just took a
from Rhode
pretty
Island's
big drop
recognized.
in the last
Thank you very much,
30
Mr.
seconds.
Chairman. And Chairman Powell, congratulations on your renomination. I believe that President
we have
Biden has
Mr.
made
Reid up.
two excellent choices, yourself and Governor Bernard. I think you've worked together hand in hand for many years. I think you'll be a superb team. And so I look forward to supporting your nomination and Governor Bernard's nomination also for vice chair. And let me join my colleagues in commending you for an exceptional job with respect to the pandemic. One of the interesting consequences of the pandemic and the employment market
This
is
might
that we've
prop the
seen
market up.
wages rise. In fact, we've seen them rise with respect to factory workers, non-supervisory personnel, about 5.8%. And my concern is, would an increase in interest rates in anywhere begin to slow down that rise or indeed reverse it?
Was that interesting to see how
Like
this
you and I
affects?
think like everyone, we think wages moving up is generally a good thing. But if you look back through history, there are times when wages have moved up in a way that has fostered persistent inflation, and that hurts everyone. It particularly hurts people on fixed incomes. So we don't see that right now, but we do see these are the biggest wage increases in decades. And so we're watching carefully and to the extent we are looking at this year, what we see is an economy where the labor market is recovering incredibly rapidly, really beginning around the middle of last year. The unemployment rate's been dropping at more than 0.3% per month since last June. It's now below 4%. Which is pretty close to half century lows. So that part of the employment market is doing very well. Meanwhile, inflation is running very well, very far above our target. And what that's telling us is that the economy no longer needs or wants the very highly accommodative policies that we've had in place to deal with the pandemic and the aftermath. So that's what that's really about. We're really just going to be moving over the course of this year to a policy that is closer to normal, but it's a long road to normal from where we are. Right now we are very highly accommodative, and it is really time for us to begin to move away from those emergency pandemic settings to a more normal level. It really should not have negative effects on the employment market.
Which it's ironic because, as you pointed out in your opening statement, when you took over, we had 11 straight years of significant economic growth, but that was not translated into the wages of most working people, particularly entry level and non-factory workers, et cetera. And now we've seen a situation where that's reversed, and I would hope that we could continue that type of progress. And I know you.
It's tough to tell with speech like this. It's tough to tell how this is interpreted.
One of the interesting things about the situation we face now is that the Fed tools are probably most effective reducing overall demand. But a lot of what we're facing is supply problems. The situation about automobiles, the problem there, in fact, I think used cars are so expensive, they're distorting the inflation numbers significantly. And that's a result of a shortage of microchips and other types of chips, which is a result of the pandemic.
Labor shortages and
so to what extent will your dealing with demand help supply? And maybe that's the real problem.
No, it really won't. We really can't directly affect supply side conditions. And that's why I mentioned this really is a problem both of very strong elevated demand, particularly in a part of the economy, the goods sector, the durable goods sector, things like washing machines and cars and all the things that people bought during the course of the pandemic when they couldn't spend money on travel and services. That's where spending is running at a level 20% above where it was before the pandemic, and it's just kind of overwhelmed the supply chains, most of which are global in these days. You're getting parts and fully assembled products coming in. So we can affect the demand side. We can't affect the supply side, but this really is a combination of the two.
Well, a final point I want to make is that
so I've been shorting Apple a little bit.
The issue of climate change is absolutely critical.
This is my P&L
It's an
currently.
economic issue. I don't think you want to see a lot of banks owning property that's literally underwater. But if you look at any of the analysis going forward, that could be the case. So I would hope that the Fed would view this as an economic issue and pursue it as an economic issue that's going to affect us dramatically. And my colleagues in our White House has been one of the most staunch visionaries and advocates for that position. And I hope the Fed is responsive. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Reid. Senator Shelby from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, welcome back to the committee. You've spent a lot of time with us in the past. Inflation is currently surging at its highest rate in 40 years. And while I appreciate the decision that the Fed has made to begin tapering, I'm concerned that the Fed missed the boat on addressing inflation sooner. A lot of us are. And as a result of that, the Fed under your leadership has lost a lot of credibility. I only have a little time, so I have a number of questions, and I know you can probably remember them, maybe together we'll
This might
remember them all.
negatively affect the market, what he's about to say.
I'd like to touch on this if you would.
It already is.
I'd like for you to. Why did the Federal Reserve initially forecast inflation to be transitory? Secondly, has your view on the threat of inflation changed? Why? What assurances can you provide here today that the Fed has a better grasp today on inflation than a year ago, and so forth? And what factors have caused the U.S. to have greater increases in inflation compared to other developed countries? And I guess lastly, yes, how important is price stability to the American people? And that's a lot of questions, but these are all relevant to your job. Thank you.
Respecting your time, let me go right through these. First, let me say price stability is half of our mandate. There's no basis in the law for preferring maximum employment over price stability,
Right, so
or vice versa. They're equal. However, at different times, one of them is farther away from its goal, and that's the one we need to focus on a little bit more. Sometimes that's maximum employment. Sometimes it's inflation.
right, so market's
I'd say
dropping
now
on
it's
this.
inflation. So on inflation, why do we say transitory? We said that because we thought that these supply side bottlenecks and shortages would be alleviated much more quickly than they have been. There's no empirical experience with this before. We haven't had the global supply chain collapse. We haven't had this kind of a labor force shock before. So we and essentially all other mainstream forecasters forecasted that by now we'd be seeing much lower inflation. And that's not what happened.
Market's testing lows of the day.
What's changed is that, just as I mentioned, the supply side constraints have been very persistent and very durable. We're not seeing really a lot of progress. If you look across, the global supply chains and what's happening domestically, look at our ports, look at Long Beach and LA, the two big ports on the West Coast for Asia. The number of ships at anchor is still at a record level.
Uh-oh, I think my headphones just died. It's all good. 1 second, team. All right, so we should be good. Let me know if y'all can still hear it. You should be able to still hear it. Okay, so the audio is still not back. My apologies, guys. Hold on.
I'd like to think I covered,
Sorry.
at least touched all 5 of those.
What have you really learned and you would share with your fellow
We
board
should be
of
good, right? Let me
governors
know. Let me confirm that you can hear it now, guys. We
to
should be good
get a
now.
grasp as much as you can on inflation, because a lot of us have been on the committee a while, and we remembered what Dr. Volcker did with the Fed under his leadership, and it was
Okay, good.
draconian, but it worked. I hope we won't have to do that, but you got to do whatever you have to do. Do you agree?
We have to achieve price stability, and I believe we will, and I'm confident we will. And again, it's not just a question of restraining demand, although that will be, right now we're stimulating demand with very highly accommodative policy. As we move through this year, we will,
Right.
in all likelihood, we don't know the future, but if things develop as expected, we'll be normalizing policy, meaning we're going to end our asset purchases in March, meaning we'll be raising rates over the course of the year. At some point, perhaps later this year, we will start to allow the balance sheet to run off. And that's
Right,
just
that's bullish sign.
the
The
road to
SPY's
normalizing policy. That's what we're going to be doing.
SPY bouncing back.
And of course, we're committed. But we also we do believe, and I think widely it is believed that these supply blockages will be alleviated too, so that there will be more supply as well, more labor force. But people will be coming back into the labor force. We'll see more recovery, although it's been slow from participation. And we'll see these global supply blockages coming down. We'll see some more cars, although that's going to take some time. And that will help as well, getting supply and demand back at the same level.
All right, so market reacted positively in the last minute.
Senator
of that.
Menendez from New
that,
Jersey is recognized.
all the way
Mr.
back up
Chairman.
to 463.
Chair Powell, let me start by reiterating a point that I've made, unfortunately, far too many times. And the latest batch of nominees leads me to, once again, the conclusion that there is a serious diversity problem at the Federal Reserve. Latinos are the country's largest minority. They make up nearly 20% of the entire U.S. population. It's outrageous that they have no representation in Fed leadership. There's never been a single member of the Board of Governors or regional bank president that has lived the experience of being a Latino in the United States. And that means that the voices of 1/5 of the country's citizens are repeatedly drowned out when the Fed is making critical decisions on economic policy, decisions that affect whether a Latino family can afford their first home, find a job that pays a living wage, send their children to college, save for a comfortable retirement, or get a loan to expand their business. In late October, several of my colleagues and I sent you a letter requesting that you work closely with the Boston and Dallas banks to recruit diverse candidates for their open president positions. We received your response
Look,
to
let's
that
not
letter
be
just
super
last week,
argumentative with
and I
each
have to be
other
honest
over
with you,
this.
the lack
This
of
is a really
detail is
polarized
thoroughly
topic,
disappointing.
and so y'all chill,
I'd
just
be
get
expecting
along.
you to provide
It's
a
all
more
good. Even if
detailed
y'all
update
disagree
on
over
the
small
search
things like this,
process
it's all
before
love here. Just get
your
along with each other.
confirmation vote, including what specific changes
We're
you've
all
made to the
brothers and
process
sisters in the
and
stock
how
market.
they're going
so.
to lead to a more diverse candidate pool. And I hope that you will do that. While we face significant challenges with the Omicron variant and supply chain disruptions that are both causing families to face higher prices for a variety of goods, the fact is that we're experiencing a strong recovery from an unprecedented pandemic. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan and other policies put in place by Congress and the Biden administration, we gained an average of 537,000 jobs per month since President Biden took office. So, Chairman Powell, if you're confirmed, how would you continue to balance the Fed's dual mandate to keep price increases manageable while not dampening the strong job and wage growth that we've seen over the past year?
Here's Bitcoin right here.
So
Let's see how Bitcoin
by
reacts.
so
to all
many
this. It's been
measures,
dropping since he
labor
said
demand relative to supply is at its highest level, really, that I can remember. The level of job openings is at an all-time high as a percentage of the labor force. The level of quits labor economists look at the level of quits as a real indicator of how strong the labor market. The percentage of quits, the number of quits, is at an all-time high. So the problem is not lack of demand for labor. The problem is that there's a significant supply problem, which is associated with the pandemic and a range of other factors. Participation has not recovered.
Green
But
vibes.
as you can see, for people who are in the labor force, the unemployment rate is dropping at historically fast levels. So we don't have a labor demand problem to solve through our policy. What we have is a labor supply problem. So what is the threat? We're clearly on a path to have an even better labor market over time. What are the big threats to our getting there? Well, I would say right very near the top of the list is the threat of price stability. If inflation does become too persistent, if these high levels of inflation get entrenched in our economy and in people's thinking, then inevitably that will lead to much tighter monetary policy from us, and it could lead to a recession, and that will be bad for workers. So really, to achievement of maximum employment, by which we really mean continued progress in hiring and in participation, is going to require price stability, and that's going to require us to use our tools to the extent they work on the demand side, while we also expect some help from the supply side.
Do you expect inflation to subside as vaccinations
This will be
increase and
important.
supply chains are repaired?
Over time, yes. Over time, the question is how fast, and the risks that we're running in the meantime that inflation psychology starts to get entrenched. But certainly, I believe that, and you make a great point about vaccination. Getting ahead of the pandemic. I mean, I don't think 2 years ago we thought we'd still be having record levels of cases and even close to record levels of hospitalizations. Getting past the pandemic is the single most important thing we can do.
Now, finally, according to the New York Times, New Jersey and other parts of the Northeast were hit particularly hard at the beginning of the pandemic and during the most recent surge, while the Midwest was most strongly affected in November of 2020 and the South at the end of last summer. How closely does the Fed look at differences in regional performance when making policy decisions?
We have to focus on the national level, but of course we follow, in this instance, the earlier Delta, for example, kind of COVID rolled around the country on a regional basis. That's not so much the case with Omicron. It's so contagious, and it's not the same everywhere, but it really is going through the whole country at a pretty rapid rate. But we follow that very, very carefully. You know, I would say we didn't know much about vaccines and pandemics 2 years ago, but we've all had 2 years to learn. So, but we defer to the experts, though. We don't substitute our judgment on medical issues for the experts, but we talk to them all the time.
All right. Well, I look forward to following up with you on the diversity question. Thank you, Mr.
All right, so let's see how the market
Senator
reacts to this.
Crapo is recognized from Idaho from his office, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Chair Powell, welcome back to the committee. When you last appeared before the committee, I also asked you about an expected Fed report on digital currencies.
Okay, so here's
You
crypto,
indicated
guys.
that delays in releasing the report were because the Fed wanted to ensure that their analysis was correct and to complete and that a release was expected in the coming weeks.
Here's
However,
Bitcoin
that
on the left
report
right here.
still has not been released. Do you have an update you can share on the status of the report? And are there problems with sharing this report with Congress and the public and what the Fed may be proposing with respect to possibly centralizing public digital currency?
So the report really is ready to go, and I would expect we will drop it. I hate to say it again, in coming weeks, but it really is in a situation where it's ready to go. The fall for us, given changes in monetary policy and other things going on, it was hard we didn't get it quite to where we needed to get it, but it's effectively there now. And I will tell you, it's within weeks we will be publishing it. And by the way, it's more going to be an exercise in asking questions and seeking input from the public rather than taking a lot of positions on various issues, although we do take
That's
some
good.
positions.
That's good. That
All
should
right,
be
thank you.
bullish
Well,
in crypto in general,
I hope
I
that you'll
think.
be able to meet this couple of weeks projection. As you know, I've been asking you and the other members of the Fed about this for a long time. And I really do believe it's time that the Fed release this report so that we can engage in the further discussion of it. I want to also, with the rest of my time, go back to the issue of inflation. I know you've talked about it a lot with us this morning. In response to my questioning about inflation last November, you confirmed that inflationary pressures would certainly last in your through the middle of this year, of this coming year. What do you now expect with the time we've seen since you last answered these questions in front of the committee? What do you now expect inflationary pressures to look like throughout this year?
I wouldn't say things have changed much on that front since last November. I think that inflationary pressures do seem to be on track to last well into the middle of next year. And if they last longer than that, then I'll just say that our policy will continue to adapt. Our policy has been adapting to this, for some months. But if inflation is going to last longer, then that would potentially imply more risk of its persistence and ultimately becoming entrenched, and our policy will respond accordingly.
You just said well into the middle of next year. Did you mean this year or through all during the next year?
I meant this year. You're right. I still think it's 2021 sometimes.
Okay. I thought so, but I wanted to be sure.
Surprised the market's moving up on that comment. That's implying
with
that
regard to the
inflationary pressure
what's
would
going to happen
continue.
over the next 3 to 4 months as we try to deal with the inflationary pressures you've described. If consumer price inflation were to persist over the next 3 or 4 months at somewhere between 5 and 7%, as we are now seeing, and if the unemployment rate were to remain about where it is now, below 4%, what would you expect the tools that the Fed would need to use would be? And I noted in one of your responses on the inflation issue earlier today, I thought I heard you say that the Fed's overnight interest rate would still, even after you may use it as a tool, would still be very low. Could you just discuss I know you can't predict with specificity what the Fed would do, but could you discuss what you expect interest rates to look like as you utilize that tool?
Sure. So I think to your point, we're at a place where unemployment is now very low, historically low, and inflation is well above target, and the economy no longer needs this very highly accommodative stance of policy. And I would expect that this year, 2022, will be a year in which we take steps toward normalization. That will involve raising the federal funds rate. That will involve ending asset purchases in March. And perhaps later this year, depending on the run of things, we would also see ourselves beginning to allow the balance sheet to shrink. So that's what I think that's the broad picture of what I see happening. The committee hasn't made any decisions about the timing of any of that, and I think we're going to have to be both humble and a bit nimble here. If you go back and look at where we were a year ago today in the economy, vaccines were arriving. I think that in my thinking there was the idea that that'll really help us get past the pandemic, and it has helped a lot, but yet we're at all-time record cases and approaching record hospitalizations nationally. So the thing has stayed with us longer, and I think we're going to have to be open to the changing environment, and monetary policy is going to have to adapt as we learn more. And then we're going to learn a lot about the path of inflation, particularly as it relates to these supply side blockages we've had over the course of the first 6 months of the year and every month, really.
So do I understand, are you saying that if the pandemic remains problematic and aggressive, that would impact the timing of any decisions the Fed might make in terms of the federal funds rate?
So I'd say it could, but what's happened is the economy has made all these gains in the face of during 2021, we had two major pandemic outbreaks, two variant outbreaks, and really the beginning of 21 was dominated by a very strong wave of the original COVID. So, and yet the economy, we made tremendous progress in the labor market in 2021, and growth is at a multi-decade high in 2021. So I expect the economy to continue to be able to deal with these outbreaks. I think it is likely, though, if the experts are right and Omicron is going to go through really quickly and peak perhaps within a month and then come down after that, I think it's likely you will see lower hiring and perhaps a pause in growth and that kind of thing. But it should be short-lived. It should be, and then the economy, the forecast for the rest of the year, or certainly for the next quarter or two, would be a very positive one. Very positive.
And if that happens, would that increase the likelihood of Fed action to increase the federal funds rate, or would it delay that?
If that all happens, I think what we're seeing is an economy that functions right through these waves of COVID, and my colleagues and I see that, and you see that every quarter we write down projections of interest rates. They're individual projections. They're not a committee plan or anything like that.
Market heading back up a little bit now.
But broadly speaking, all members of the committee see interest rate increases coming this year. The median was 3.
So.
But that's going to depend on data. It's going to depend on the progress we see on the supply side, the progress we see on inflation. And we honestly don't know. There's risk on both sides, really, on growth and potentially on inflation as well. So we're going to have to be just very attentive to what's happening in the economy and willing to adapt pretty nimbly our policy as we go through the year.
Thank you, Senator Crapo.
I'm going to close it down here, guys. They're basically just saying the same thing. We'll see how the market reacts. I am up about $25 on the day. I'm going to go ahead and close it down. And so another green day, small day. There's too much sideways action after this catalyst. So we're going to have to watch the rest a little bit later. While I got a second though, guys, y'all check out BidGet. Crypto market is doing okay. I think we're interested I think it's interesting to watch to see if we get a potential bounce here in the crypto market. But this is BitGet. They are a sponsor of our video, and they're honestly the dopest crypto platform I've used. Bitcoin is up to almost 42K, back up in the last 24 hours. And so Bitcoin's bouncing back, and I think a lot of currencies in the crypto world are bouncing back as well. And so the good thing about BitGet is that you can invest regularly. So you can use them if you're in the US, and you can invest regularly. So if I wanted to buy Shiba Inu, I can. If I wanted to buy Dogecoin, which ripped today, I can. If I wanted to buy Mana, or Axie Infinity or Sandbox or Engine, they have a lot of these altcoins, or XRP. I can buy them here on BitGet and just invest into them on this platform. I can also trade crypto futures, so I can trade with leverage and short Bitcoin if I want to, or go long in Bitcoin, which is honestly a really dope part of the platform. I can go up to 125 times leverage if I wanted to here and trade that way, and short or go long in crypto. And then the best reason to use them is that you can copy other profitable traders. So if you're like me and you're not the best crypto short-term trader, you can find traders and make money and profit using them. And so you can copy other profitable traders. And there's some of these guys are incredibly profitable. This guy's never lost. He's got 100% accuracy rate. Some of these guys are absolutely killing it. In the last 3 weeks, you can see this guy's made $131,000. This guy has made $36,000 with a 65% accuracy rate. This guy's up 31% with a 74% accuracy rate. And so, yeah, you get 300+% total on the platform, and you can copy them trade for trade. So the first thing you want to do is you want to look to make sure they're not sitting on losses. He's not. And look at this guy's trades. Green, 35%, 13%, 43%, 22%. And you can copy them trade for trade on this platform really, really easily. So if I say I wanted to copy this guy, and look at all this guy's trades, he's got a history of trading. He's been on the platform for almost 2 months. If I wanted to follow him, I just go to follow, and I say, okay, if he's got a fixed ratio, I want to follow him with half of his size. So I could say, okay, I want to follow half of his size. I'm going to follow him with a fixed ratio of 0.5. That way, I'm taking 50% of his size. Then if I wanted to give myself a stop loss and say, okay, if he loses over 50%, get out, and I'll give him a maximum follow of $500. And that way, I'm protected, and I can follow him trade for trade. I don't even have to do anything. I don't have to press a button. It'll take my money, put them towards the same trades he's getting in, and I can copy him trade for trade in a new age form of investing. You can also be a copy trader yourself. If you go to become a trader, you can be a copy trader yourself and earn 8%. So if I make my traders 100K, I get to $8,000 I get to keep. And some of these guys are building up with not that much money. So if we look at this guy, accumulated transactions, I'm about to close it down.
Oh, no, that's all right.
If I go to accumulated transactions, this guy's only made $250 in the last 3 weeks, but he's running 93% accuracy rate, and he's got 58 people following him that he's earning money from. And so it's super easy to deposit. You just go to buy crypto, and I could say, hey, I want to buy $500 worth of Bitcoin or USDT, Visa, MasterCard, Google Pay, Apple Pay. The cheapest way to do it is through USDT. That's the cheapest currency to transfer into your account, and that's what you also use for copy trading and stuff like that. Or you could just buy it on Coinbase and send it over. You could also just go to Launchpad here. And this is a new platform introduced for launching projects and airdrops. And so you can see all the different things they're doing. Content shopper token. You can get part of that Launchpad registration. You can participate and do all this good stuff on BitGet. And again, they are KYC verified, which is the universal standard of verification in the US. So if you're in the US, you can use them. And I'll post this link. Go check them out. Great way to help support the channel. We had some interesting kind of stuff listening to Jerome Powell and the Fed meeting. Carol's here to say bye to us. But yeah, guys, DWAC is flying up. It's over $60. I ended up making about $27 on the day, a small green day, but green nonetheless. But yeah, look at DWAC flying up, huge rips in DWAC. So y'all check it out. Also, guys, you can check out Top Step funds traders in futures market. And again, if you look at me in futures today, I'm currently up $137. If you see this, $137 in the futures market. You can trade the same scalping setups that I do in stocks, but in the futures market, there's no PDT rule. You can day trade and short. And this company funds traders. That's regulated in the US, and they pay out millions every year. You get an 80% profit split once you're funded if you can hit their profit target. And so go check them out. Here's the link. Great way to trade the same scalping setups as me if you don't have as much money as me. Also, check out Benzinga. Benzinga is super useful. You can identify what big stocks are moving, and you can try Benzinga out completely free for 2 weeks without even needing a credit card number. And so if you want to check them out, here's the link. Definitely a good way to help support the channel as well. Try all of this stuff out. Carol can say bye to us. Yeah, I'm closing it down. So,
all right, y'all.
All right, guys. Love you all. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. We day trade live on stream every weekday morning for free right here in the market. So good luck. We'll see you guys next time, and have a good day, guys.
Bye.